Chapter 594. Congratulations, Jiang Xiaopi. Congratulations on an amazing victory. Yang Yang stood in front of the cage and looked at Jiang Xiao, who was walking out. He almost shoved the microphone into Jiang Xiao's mouth. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. He had just experienced a battle between the Black Flames and Rain of Tears. Even though Bell had been helping to protect his mind, Jiang Xiao was not in a good state. However, Yang Yang was extremely excited. He exclaimed, "Do you know that you're about to break the record for the best support system in the World Cup?" The support system has indeed been in the top 8 before, but that was in the 1970s. Besides, there were only 16 countries participating in the World Cup that year. If we start counting from the middle and late 1980s, when the World Cup was really on a large scale, you've already broken the best record in history. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "There's no need to add any restrictions. After the next competition, I'll be the best support system in history." Yang Yang's eyes widened slightly and his mouth formed an O shape. Yang Yang's face was shown in the camera, so the image had already been broadcasted to thousands of households. The toxic healer really dared to say that. They were already in the top 11 in the world, and almost all of the remaining contestants had the ability to win the championship. The toxic healer didn't even need to know his opponent, and yet, he said those words. What kind of confidence is that? Is that overconfidence? Jiang Xiao stretched his hand out, lifted Yang Yang's chin, and closed his mouth. Yang Yang was speechless. Which contestant would do such a thing? Which contestant isn't steady or arrogant? How could there be someone like Jiang Xiao who closed his opponent's jaw? Everyone in the world was watching. Yang Yang smiled awkwardly and hurriedly asked, "What do you think of this competition?" Jiang Xiao said with a serious expression, "I'll take my teammates' share and go on with them." Yang Yang suddenly felt that there was a sudden change in the atmosphere. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that it was indeed Fang Xingyun who had just stood behind the camera. To be honest, Yang Yang really hoped that Fang Xingyun would leave. Otherwise, the toxic healer would not appear. Yang Yang shifted his body and consciously stood between Fang Xingyun and Jiang Xiao. Yang Yang changed the topic and said, "You're now the idol of the younger generation. Many support type awakened. No, the new generation of awakened children are working hard to hone their skills. Punches, kicks, spears, knives, and swords. Some schools also began to consciously cultivate the students' combat skills and called on them to work harder on their own skills to achieve a balance with the training of their star technique. According to our statistics, a considerable number of students have chosen the giant blade you use. What do you think of this?" Jiang Xiaoming was stunned. "So, I'm also a public idol?" Of course, there was Jiang Zhao's charm in this. After all, the attention of the World Cup was not a joke. Jiang Xiao had fought his way to the top. No matter how much they boasted about it, it could not compare to a real victory. However, the country was definitely behind it. Wasn't such a scene what the officials wanted to see? Ever since the advent of the dimensional space, and the Earth was filled with star power and star techniques, people had always attached great importance to star technique. Jiang Xiao carried a giant sword and acted as a support player while rampaging through the World Cup. He was indeed the best role model. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "I chose to use a giant blade because it suits me. Everyone, don't practice blindly. You must choose the weapon you're best at or a weapon that matches your star technique. When a person's talent reaches a certain level, they'll be able to pick up most of the weapons quickly. However, believe me, some weapons can be trained to an advanced level because you're compatible with it. However, some weapons can only be trained to an intermediate level. So, you must download the best mapping software to find your location and direction." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao seemed to have become a chatterbox. He said, "I have a friend who has a bad voice. He was originally a spear practitioner and he picked it up quickly. However, the effect was not ideal when he wanted to improve again. It's just like courting a girl. Anyone can meet and get to know her. Everyone will be polite. However, if you want to develop the relationship further, you won't be compatible even if you put in more time and energy. The key is that you have to have chi, a talent. It's the most specialized and unique talent. Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao suddenly turned to look at the camera. His pair of eyes pierced through the screen and stared straight at the awakened children in the thousands of households. You already have an image in your mind, right? That's the back view of her leaving mercilessly. Yang Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't pay attention, and the toxic healer actually spread poison to the global audience. The simultaneous interpreters from various countries almost burst out laughing. Some of them really couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately afterwards, when the words were translated, everyone couldn't help but laugh at the metaphor of the toxic healer. Ahem, ahem. Someone coughed softly outside the screen. No one knew who it was, but the cameraman knew. After all, the aura of the nebula behind him had already been emitted, and the cameraman's hands were trembling. These star warriors are all monsters. You can be angry at yourself, but don't oppress ordinary people like us. Jiang Shao and Yang Yang fell into a brief silence, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Jiang Shao secretly glanced at Fang Xingyun, only to see that the toxic healer was looking at him sternly. He hurriedly looked away. Yang Yang once again consciously moved his feet and blocked Fang Xingyun's view. So, how did you choose a suitable weapon for yourself? Yang Yang continued. Jiang Shao blurted out, from the moment I saw Xia Yan, I knew that I had to learn this giant sword. Yang Yang asked, huh? Fang Xingyun's face stiffened and he squeezed a word out of his mouth. Jiang Shao. Pai. Jiang Shao hurriedly added, it was in the snowfield dimensional space in Beijiang province. At that time, I was overturned by a white ghoul. Xia Yan was like a divine soldier who descended from the sky and pierced the back of the white ghoul. The giant sword penetrated the body of the white ghoul, and the blood-stained blade appeared in front of me. A drop of blood dripped on the tip of my nose. Snap! Jiang Shao snapped his fingers and said, remember this encounter? Fang Xingyun strode forward and said, let's end the interview here. The student has to return to the team. While being dragged away by Fang Xingyun, Jiang Shao did not forget to say to the camera, remember, you didn't choose the weapon, but the weapon chose you. In the camera, Jiang Shao was dragged away by Fang Xingyun, leaving Yang Yang in a state of confusion. Actually, the effect was really great. Although it was not a conventional interview, Jiang Zhao's exposure of his love at first sight with the weapon was enough to make Yang Yang happy. The locker room was packed with people, all of whom were members of the national team. They were whispering and glancing at the corner of the locker room from time to time. Fang Xingyun was standing with his hands on his hips and his head lowered, glaring at someone angrily. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, sat in the corner obediently. He was weak, lowly, and a little hungry. Just as Jiang Shao was about to ask what he wanted to eat for lunch, Fang Xingyun said, you've already entered the top 11 in the world. You have to learn to be more mature and steady. You have many identities and you know better than me that you can't run your mouth in front of the people of the world. You have to pay attention to your own image. Jiang Shao grinned. I'm not a celebrity or idol. I don't rely on these things to make a living. I made it by killing with real knives and guns. Why would I care about my image? Besides, this is my image. I've never changed. Am I lacking in a high and mighty image? What am I doing now? She's the captain of the national team. Why? You liked me when I was a student. Now that I've become famous, become a national team member, and made it to the finals of the World Cup, you're starting to despise me? Well done, Fang Xingyun. You're really a clear stream. Moreover, what I said just now was true. Why don't you believe me? Jiang Shao was silent for a moment before saying weakly, I just won and you're scolding me again. Fang Xingyun was speechless. What are we having for lunch? Jiang Xiao asked. Fang Xingyun held his forehead with one hand. I'm so tired. This little toxic healer is always like this. The moment he opens his mouth, he wants to get into the top 6. The competition is getting more and more difficult now. The level of my opponents has already reached the peak of the world's university students. The further I go, the easier it is for me to lose. Once I lose, I really can't imagine what kind of storm Jiang Xiao would have to go through. Fang Xingyun thought to himself. He sat down beside Jiang Xiao and said in a gentle voice, Xiaopi, I'm your team's teacher and I'm the one who wrote the recommendation letter for you. I have an obligation to guide you well. How about this, let's make an agreement. Can you bring your composure on the field to the interview off the field? Just once, even if it's just once, let me see your elegance. Jiang Xiao said. Fang Xingyun said, you can do whatever you want in private. I know that's your personality. You can bring your attitude from the battlefield to the interview, or you can just treat the interview as an act. That way you can better protect yourself. Jiang Xiao discovered a fact. You don't care about your reputation, but some people close to you do. Jiang Xiao looked at Fang Xingyun with a solemn expression and said solemnly, Thank you, Teacher Fang. I accept this agreement and I will abide by it. Fang Xingyun's expression softened a little, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out and gently rubbed Jiang Xiao's head. Suddenly Jiang Xiao said, Just one round. Fang Xingyun's hand stiffened slightly. All right, it's finally a start. Go and wash up. Let's return to Edo City, Fang Xingyun said and stood up to leave. As Fang Xingyun spoke, he stood up and left. He even took out his phone, as if he was contacting someone. Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after finally coaxing Fang Xingyun away. As for bathing and changing? What a joke. Shouldn't he find out more about Captain P's competition? Jiang Xiao walked to the locker and hurriedly took out his mobile phone. There was only one competition in Edo City today, and that was between Ho Mingming and Saito Shinoyuki. The competition would start at 9 a.m. It happened to be the same time as Jiang Zhao's competition. Jiang Xiao and Xie Yan's competition was at 9:30 a.m. 9 a.m. was the time for Jiang Xiao and Xie Yan to warm up. Hence, Jiang Xiao still did not know the results of the competition. Did Ho Mingming win? Jiang Xiao asked the people in the locker room as he scrolled through his mobile phone. Ever since he entered the locker room, he had been forcefully pressed against the wall by Fang Xingyun. Now that he had regained his freedom, Jiang Xiao immediately asked about it. In the locker room, the buzzing sounds of discussion suddenly disappeared. However, no one responded. Jiang Xiao felt that something was wrong. He frowned and scrolled through the screen of his mobile phone. However, his fingers paused slightly. No wonder Fang Xingyun was trying so hard to persuade Jiang Xiao. Ho Mingming had lost. Chapter 595. Legendary Support. Another valiant player has been added to the list of losers of the Toxic Healer. The civil war in China during the World Cup. The continuation of the national team selection. Jiang Xiaopi killed Xie Yan twice and proved his strength again. The melee players of the Central Plains are in flames while the Toxic Healer of China is in tears. Jiang Xiaopi won again. He is still challenging the world's understanding of support. A splendid match, a soul-stirring match. Jiang Xiaopi defeated his opponent and also pulled his teammate up. Only Seedling. The only Seedling who is known as support. Violent storms, barbaric growth. How much further can he go? At this moment, Jiang Xiao was sitting on the bus from the airport to the hotel, browsing through the competition news on Fang Xingyun's mobile phone. It couldn't be helped. If there was no Wi-Fi, Jiang Zhao's mobile phone would not be able to connect to the internet. In terms of traffic, Jiang Zhao's popularity was no less than Ho Mingming's. In fact, he was even more popular. Hence, as the winner of the competition, News about Jiang Shao was all over the internet after he won the competition. However, the news of Ho Mingming's defeat had already spread. Jiang Shao could see the news about Ho Mingming through the 3 news articles. An upset. The captain of the national team, Ho Mingming, was no match for Gu Xinji. Regrettably, he lost. Cherry blossoms fill the sky and the Tang sword is sharp. The captain of the Japanese team, Saito Nobuyuki, crushed the champion of the World Cup. Speed. Speed. It's still speed. Although Ho Mingming displayed exceptional close combat techniques, he was still a long-armed class, so he was defeated by Gu Xing's relentless attack. The outcome of this competition is predictable. It's a textbook competition where the star techniques are perfectly restrained. Jiang Shao frowned as he read on. All of a sudden, a palm appeared beside him. Jiang Shao turned around and Fang Xingyun's palm landed on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. She patted him gently, seemingly to comfort him. Fang Xingyun took off one of Jiang Zhao's earphones and said gently, "Remember Xie Yan's advice to you. Don't be affected by anyone's words." Jiang Shao shook his head with a smile and said, "Clearly, the reason why she could become the king of racing is because she relied on the restraint of her profession and star techniques. However, I didn't expect to meet someone who can restrain her." Hearing this, Fang Xingyun could not help but nod. It was not bad for Jiang Shao to have such a reaction. After all, she knew that Jiang Shao and Ho Mingming had a good relationship. Although they had always been competitors, it was undeniable that the 2 of them were also friends. Fang Xingyun consciously guided Jiang Shao and said softly, "In fact, if she had bumped into you, the result might have been the same. You and Gu Xinji are the few players in the same category in the World Cup." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "I'm a support. He's a melee fighter. We're not the same." Fang Xingyun said gently, "At least within the scope of the galaxy domain, there is no difference in speed between your teleportation and his cherry blossom domain. Although teleportation was more advanced than rapid movement, after all, rapid movement had a path of movement, and there was a fundamental difference between it and teleportation. But in the eyes of your opponents at this stage, there is almost no difference." Jiang Shao said, "Okay." Fang Xingyun continued, "You and Gu Xinji have the same powerful combat skills. Your combat skills are more comprehensive than his, and your techniques are more outstanding. However, he has some melee star technique. In this regard, he will be stronger than you. However, you also have auxiliary star techniques that allow you to maintain your endurance and control. That's better than him. In fact," Fang Xingyun said softly, "I think that if you had met Ho Mingming, the battle might have ended a little faster. Her close combat skills are not bad, but they are definitely not the best. Her bow and arrows are the foundation of her life." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and accepted the fact. He said, "If I could have bumped into Saito Shinji, I might have gone further no matter who I meet in the future." Fang Xingyun comforted him. "This is already the 6th round of the World Cup, and it's going to be 11 out of 21. If she bumps into you or Gu Xinji at this stage, it won't be a bad thing." Jiang Shao nodded. Fang Xingyun said, "In fact, it's a good thing for her to suffer some setbacks. She's already gotten used to winning. If she can recognize her shortcomings after this defeat, it'll be a good thing for her." Fang Xingyun sighed and said, "The purpose of the World Cup might be to bring glory to the country and win glory. But for an individual, it's a process for them to understand themselves. Believe me, if she loses this match, she will gain much more than if she wins." Jiang Shao laughed and said, "Teacher, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not affected much." Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Shao with a serious expression and said, "No, I want you to persuade Ho Mingming. I know that child's personality very well. Even her mother, Yi Hua, finds it hard to control her." Jiang Shao grinned and asked, "Why do I have to persuade her?" Fang Xingyun said gently, "Because you're qualified." Jiang Shao asked, "Huh?" Fang Xingyun said softly, Among her peers, you're one of the few who can defeat her. In this World Cup, you might even be the only one who can defeat her. You're more qualified than anyone else. Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress. Have you forgotten about Zhao Wenlong? Besides, can't you, Fang Xingyun, kill Ho Mingming just by raising your hand? It's fine as long as you can win. Why do you have to be a peer, my ass? I'm not even 18 yet, and she's already 22. She's still short of a gold brick. She can still get half a gold brick, Fang Xingyun said softly. Help her. After all, you're teammates and friends. Teacher Fang is so kind. Jiang Shao nodded gently and said, Okay, Teacher Fang, I'll try my best. But let's see how she's doing first. If she's doing well, you'll be worrying for nothing. Fang Xingyun said, Before we took off from Chiu City Airport, I've already spoken to the team leader on the phone. Ho Mingming clearly needs some help. Jiang Shao was speechless. Fine, let me go and soothe her wounded heart. Young Sister P. Are you going to lose the gold trophy? Or the silver trophy? As the car drove into the hotel where the national team was staying, Jiang Shao hurriedly looked around amidst the cheers. He found Xie Yan and put his arm around Xie Yan's shoulder while nodding at the crowd. The crowd also understood what Jiang Shao meant and started to give words of encouragement. Some people did not say anything. They just surrounded Jiang Shao and Xie Yan and patted their backs vigorously and shook their shoulders. The scene was much more harmonious. Then, Jiang Zhao's body flashed and he disappeared without a trace. Xie Yan was the only one left. Facing the group of staff and teachers, Xie Yan had no choice but to respond helplessly as he listened to their words of encouragement. Although he felt a little helpless, his mood was indeed much better. The teachers quickly set a new goal for Xie Yan. He could not relax for the next few days. The qualifiers were about to start. He would go back to his room to rest and reorganize before coming out to study his opponents. Jiang Shao hid in his room for a long time and took a quick shower. He then put on a sports t-shirt, shorts, slippers, and 2 egg yolk pies. At around 9 p.m., he arrived at Ho Mingming's room. Jiang Shao knocked on the door gently and said softly, You didn't attend the competition summary meeting at night. I didn't see you eating at the canteen either. What have you been up to all day? However, there was no response from the door. Jiang Shao knocked on the door gently again. Don't hide in there and keep quiet. I know you're at home. There was silence. Jiang Shao knocked on the door again. Open the door, open the door. Open the door, open the door. Bang! The door was suddenly pulled open. Ho Mingming lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao with disheveled hair. She looked so angry and imposing. TSK, of course, it was not accurate to say that she had disheveled hair. After all, it was an idiom to describe someone who was not properly groomed. Ho Mingming's hair was disheveled. Her appearance was neat and tidy, but it was not tied up in a ponytail. Her long, waterfall-like hair was scattered on her back, making her look less valiant and more feminine. Jiang Shao raised his head slightly, looked at Ho Mingming's face and said, It's so late at night. Why didn't you turn on the lights? Don't tell me Zhang Ren is inside. Ho Mingming pressed her hand against the door frame and took a deep breath, seemingly trying to control her emotions. Jiang Shao flashed and appeared in the room behind Ho Mingming. He reached out and turned on the lights in the living room. The single rooms that the national team arranged for the students were all of the same level, and the layout of the rooms in the hotel was similar. Jiang Shao was very familiar with the place. After turning on the lights, he sat down on the sofa. Ho Mingming did not turn around and was still blocking the door. However, she said, Is this a taunting session? Hey, Jiang Shao said with pursed lips, I'm not that bored. I'm just here to see you. Ho Mingming said, I'm fine. You can leave now. Come here, Jiang Shao said. Jiang Shao said, Hey, hurry and come over. It's late at night. Hurry and close the door. What's wrong with you? It's dangerous not to close the door at night. Ho Mingming slammed the door shut and strode into the living room, only to see Jiang Shao sitting on the sofa. However, Jiang Shao took out 2 egg pies from his pocket and handed one to her. Jiang Shao asked, "Why didn't you go for dinner tonight? Are you on a diet?" Ho Mingming looked at Jiang Shao expressionlessly. Jiang Shao carefully scrutinized Ho Mingming's face and said, "Being sad isn't as important as eating. You young people always stop eating just because you're in a bad mood. Here, this is for you. Just make do." Ho Mingming remained silent and simply turned around to walk to the window. She crossed her arms and looked at the night sky outside. There was silence in the room. Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before suddenly saying, "If you were given another chance, would you have thought of a way to defeat him?" Ho Mingming said in a deep voice, "My arrow betrayed me. It blew up someone who shouldn't have." Jiang Shao said, "I think winning by luck isn't your style." Ho Mingming suddenly clenched her hand that was grabbing his arm. Jiang Shao said, "He restrains you very well." Ho Mingming's voice became increasingly gloomy. "You can leave now." Jiang Shao stood up and walked to the window. He turned around and leaned against the windowsill. He placed his elbows on the windowsill and tilted his head to look at Ho Mingming. "Just like how you restrain the other contestant. Distance is their Achilles heel. Similarly, it's your Achilles heel too." Ho Mingming suddenly turned around and grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar. She lifted him up and placed him in front of her. She enunciated each word and said, "Must you mock me today?" Jiang Shao grabbed Ho Mingming's palm and said, "I'm telling you your Achilles heel. Now, it's your turn to tell me." Jiang Shao stared straight into Ho Mingming's eyes and said, "Look into my eyes and tell me if I'm mocking you at all." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 596. Ho Mingming grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar and her hands trembled slightly. After more than 10 seconds, she finally let go of Jiang Shao and turned to look out of the window again. Jiang Shao adjusted his collar and asked, "Can you afford to lose?" Ho Mingming said through gritted teeth, "I can afford to lose." Jiang Shao asked again, "But you can't afford to win now. You should be the one who pierces the enemy's heart with one arrow, yet you're pinning your next battle on an explosive arrow. You've handed your fate over to fate." Ho Mingming pursed her lips and remained silent. Jiang Shao continued, "Putting Gu Xinji aside, let's just talk about Zhao Wenlong. When you handed your victory over to fate to see who the goddess of fate favored, you've already lost." Ho Mingming pressed her hands on the windowsill and lowered her head. This time, her hair could be said to be disheveled. Jiang Shao said, 4 years in university, including this national team tryouts. Zhao Wenlong might have lost every time, but you've never won against him. What exactly are you trying to say?" Ho Mingming asked word by word. Jiang Shao said, "What I want to say is that there are many people in this world who are stronger than you. You can have 10,000 consecutive victories, but the important thing is how you face the 10,001st defeat." Jiang Shao continued, "Zhao Wenlong spoils you too much. If you had failed earlier, perhaps your strength would have been greater, at least your mentality wouldn't have been like this. Of course, I'm also one of the reasons. Perhaps I should have found a chance to fight with you earlier." Kacha. Ho Mingming's knuckles turned white, and the windowsill that was made of marble was crushed. Jiang Shao grinned and leaned against the windowsill. With a push of his hands, he leaped up and sat on the windowsill. With his back against the window, he looked at the long black hair. It couldn't be helped. Captain P's long hair covered her face. If she were to wear a white dress, she would be in a horror movie. Jiang Shao said, "You have a strong desire to win. Everyone wants to win, but your desire to win is obviously 100 times stronger than others. You like to taste the taste of victory and conquer your opponent. That's understandable." Jiang Shao continued, "In fact, your stubbornness has made you who you are now. If you were a girl with an ordinary personality, you might not be able to get to where you are today. You wouldn't be able to become the king of duels in the capital Star Warriors or the captain of the Chinese national team. Distance is a double-edged sword, and so is your personality. You are arrogant and stubborn from the bottom of your heart. I don't believe that you will collapse after this setback. Ho Mingming said in a low voice. Then what is your purpose in saying all this? Jiang Shao shrugged. There are many people who are worried about you, such as your teacher Fang Xingyun. She's even trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. She actually asked me to comfort and enlighten you. Humph. Ho Mingming snorted coldly and slowly stood up. Tell me, where are you going after the World Cup? You're about to graduate. Where are you going to find the taste of victory? Don't tell me it's an entertainment competition, Jiang Shao said. Ho Mingming looked a little confused, and she looked at the brightly lit streets outside the window. She said in a deep voice, I've never thought about it. I used to only want to be the champion of the World Cup. Jiang Shao said, with the abilities that you've shown, you should have received plenty of invitations from the troops, the various Star Warriors universities, and various organizations. Ho Mingming replied softly, and Jiang Shao said, Young man, join the army. You'll realize that competitions are far less exciting than the battlefield. Ho Mingming humphed coldly and said, Wasteland reclamation? Against those ferocious beasts of other dimensions? Jiang Shao said, your style belongs to the aggressive type. You'll destroy everything and go straight to the root of the problem. It's indeed suitable for the Wasteland Reclamation Army. Ho Mingming said, It should be the Wasteland Reclaimers or the Mountain Shattering Army. They are mainly active in areas where dimensional spaces are frequently opened and focus on destroying the dimensional spaces that are frequently opened. Their function is relatively simple. That might be the highest level battlefield that I can come into contact with. Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, Why didn't you participate in the recruitment of Wasteland Reclamation apprentices? Ho Mingming turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, I've said it before. My goal in the past was only to win the World Cup. Besides, I don't need to reserve a spot in advance. Many troops have reserved a spot for me. Jiang Shao stared at Ho Mingming quietly and said, You'll win all the subsequent qualifying matches. Ho Mingming said, Of course. Jiang Shao continued, I'll win without hesitation. Ho Mingming said in a deep voice, Yes, yes. Jiang Shao nodded and did some calculations before saying, Let's think about it. In the best-case scenario, you'll be ranked 12th in the individual competition of the World Cup. A rather impressive result. In this world, anyone would probably be overjoyed to be ranked 12th in the individual competition of the World Cup. Ho Mingming was the only one who seemed to have heard insulting words. However, that was the truth. Ho Mingming stared at Jiang Shao without saying a word. Jiang Shao said, With such results and your performance in the series, you should be able to impress some people. Ho Mingming asked, What exactly are you trying to say? Jiang Shao asked, Let me confirm one last time. Do you really want to join teams like the Mountain Crusher Army? Ho Mingming nodded and said, Of course. Do you think I'll stay in the university and become a teacher? Or go to the office? Jiang Shao said, Oh, I'm just confirming again. Ho Mingming asked, What's the matter? Jiang Shao leaned back and sat on the windowsill. He leaned his back against the window and looked at Ho Mingming. Do you remember when I was temporarily summoned away during the national team's qualifiers? Ho Mingming frowned slightly and asked, Did you give up on the semifinals? Jiang Shao smiled and said, I went out to carry out a mission and killed a female criminal leader who was in the galaxy stage. It felt great. Ho Mingming's pupils constricted slightly. What did you say? Jiang Shao said, You should have heard what the team leader said to me when I was bidding farewell. Ho Mingming thought about it for a moment and repeated, Comrade, come back alive? Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders in a self-explanatory manner. Ho Mingming asked, Are you from the Wasteland Reclaimers? Jiang Shao shook his head and said, Vigil, light chasing? With a sullen expression, Ho Mingming asked, light chasing? Jiang Shao took out an identification document from his pocket and tossed it in front of Ho Mingming. He then placed it on the windowsill that was covered in cracks. Ho Mingming picked up the identification document and flipped it slightly. She then narrowed her eyes and said, light chasing team of the Northwest Guardians of the Night. Murmuring softly, she turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, the light chasing team with a designation. Wow, Sister P, you know your stuff. Jiang Shao chuckled. Ho Mingming said, you've even brought your identification document. Seems like you've already made your plans. Jiang Shao said, the premise is that you have to join a team of the same level as the Wasteland Reclaimers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lit it up or said that. Ho Mingming asked, can you represent the Northwest Guardians of the Night? I can't, but I have a friend who has a bad voice. She can, Jiang Shao said as he pursed his lips. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, my friend is amazing. You'll become an obedient kitten in less than 3 days under her hands. Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows and asked, are you sure? Jiang Shao looked up and pressed the back of his head against the glass window. He smiled and said, see me? I was forcefully pushed out. Ho Mingming was speechless. Damn it, I don't see you being obedient at all. Jiang Shao said, however, you have to be an apprentice first. Even if you come with a halo, you'll have to lie low regardless of whether you're a dragon or a tiger. Besides, it's not certain if our captain will like you. With your personality, you'll make do as a light chaser, but I wonder if you'll be promoted to the special team. If you become a guardian of the night, I reckon you might not be qualified. However, Ho Mingming answered seriously, being a guardian of the night is not suitable for me. The Wasteland Reclaimers are often on standby too. According to the current global situation, the mountain-shattering army should be busier and the battles will be more intense. Jiang Shao grinned and said, who knows? Think about it yourself. Contact me if you're interested. If not, forget it. I won't force you. Ho Mingming was speechless. Jiang Shao exerted strength in his back and sat up straight with the help of the rebound from the glass window. He said, you didn't attend the post-competition meeting tonight. Remember to be there on time tomorrow morning. You still have to compete in the qualifiers and analyze your opponent. Ho Mingming nodded but did not say anything else. Jiang Shao said, I'll be leaving then. Sleep early. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao disappeared in a flash. Ho Mingming frowned slightly. There were 2 egg yolk pies beside the spot where Jiang Shao had disappeared. Ho Mingming subconsciously picked up the egg yolk pie and walked to the bin. She was about to throw it away when she paused. A few seconds later, Ho Mingming placed the egg yolk pie on the coffee table. She did not throw it away, but she did not eat it either. She turned around and walked to the windowsill again, silently looking at the brightly lit city below. Jiang Shao returned to his room in a flash. After all, their rooms were not far apart. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, there was actually someone sitting in the room. At this moment, Fang Xingyun was sitting on the sofa watching the news on the television. When did she arrive? Fang Xingyun felt her vision blur and saw Jiang Shao. She asked with concern, How is she? How is she? Will she be able to attend the meeting as usual tomorrow? Jiang Shao nodded and said, No problem, don't worry. Fang Xingyun was overjoyed and asked, How did you persuade her? Jiang Shao said, She lost, and she has already realized the fact that there are many people who are stronger than her. She just lacks someone to tell her face to face, so that she can clearly recognize herself once again. Fang Xingyun was obviously stunned. Did this kid just add fuel to the fire? Or is he trying to fight fire with fire? Fang Xingyun looked worried. This, Jiang Shao said, Don't worry, Teacher Fang. People like her don't need comforting. Fang Xingyun asked, What kind of person is she? Jiang Shao sat down on the sofa and said, She's the kind of person who can't stop. She's like a ship that needs to turn to the shore at all times. Anchoring is only temporary. Fang Xingyun asked, huh? Jiang Shao said, you just need to give her a goal when she's disappointed and confused. If she recognizes this goal, she'll set off immediately. Fang Xingyun was completely stunned this time. He never expected Jiang Shao to say something like that. Looking at Fang Xingyun's expression, Jiang Shao couldn't help but smile and say, most star warriors who pursue the pinnacle have this common problem. Most of the star warriors who go through the selection process and enter the national team pursue the pinnacle. It's just that the form of the so-called pinnacle is different. Carefree old men like Zhao Wenlong are rare. Fang Xingyun nodded thoughtfully and said, Xiaopi, when you're interviewed in the future, you have to appear calm and orderly. This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be dumbfounded. A few seconds later, Jiang Shao suddenly looked at Fang Xingyun with an aggrieved expression and said, Teacher Fang, you have no idea. She lifted me up just now. It was so scary, Fang Xingyun was speechless. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 597. The next day, Jiang Shao saw Ho Mingming when he was having breakfast. She had a high ponytail and exuded an aura that seemed to say, strangers don't get close to me and acquaintances don't disturb me. He could tell that she had recovered well. Stubborn people like her usually had strong endurance, or they didn't care about what others thought of them at all. At the thought of stubbornness, Jiang Shao could think of a certain famous Laker who was really stubborn. The whole world knows that I don't feel good today, but I believe that I'll definitely score the next shot. Regardless of whether you love me or hate me, I've won 5 championships. Without my stubborn personality, this star wouldn't be so outstanding. Back to the topic. At this moment, Ho Mingming was eating porridge and eggs. Jiang Shao crept over and sat down beside Ho Mingming. Ho Mingming wasn't surprised at all. She was sharp and had long discovered that a toxic healer had sneaked over and was aiming at the freshly peeled egg. At the moment Jiang Shao sat down, Ho Mingming had already stuffed the egg into her mouth. Jiang Shao revealed a fatherly smile and said softly to Ho Mingming, You've finally grown up. Only children will share. Ho Mingming was speechless. On this day, the national team was divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of the eliminated students, who would be thrown into a small auditorium to watch the live broadcast of the team competition with professional teachers. The journey of the national team was not limited to fighting for glory. For example, the eliminated students would return to their old jobs and become students again. Under the guidance of the teachers, they would attend video analysis classes, which was also a form of teaching and training for them. The second group consisted of Ho Mingming and Xie Yan. The two of them would analyze the losers from 21 to 12 under the guidance of the teachers. They no longer had time to watch the lot drawing ceremony as the results would be notified to them. They now had to use a day to study their opponents thoroughly. To be honest, both Ember and Xie Yan had the ability to advance to a few more rounds. However, the 2 Chinese civil wars had caused the Chinese team to lose 2 key players. Ho Mingming, who was unlucky and perfectly restrained, was put aside and only mentioned Ember and Xie Yan. The 2 of them should be in the top 5 and 6 with Jiang Shao. Unfortunately, the elimination round was just that cruel. It was full of variables. If Ember cried out for help, then Zhao Wenlong would not be able to live. Juliet? Silence? Luo Wen should also stop living. Jiang Shao was the only student in the third group. He was led by Fang Xingyun and 2 professional analysts to study the other 10 contestants who had advanced. The process of studying his opponents was the process of making Jiang Shao more humble. It was useless for others to say that they were modest and cautious. When Jiang Shao carefully looked through the battle videos of the 10 of them and saw the list of star techniques. Wait a minute, how did a strange fellow sneak in? A contestant from the kimchi country seemed to be lost. This list of contestants was like a bunch of macho men sitting at the same table, drinking wine and eating meat. Suddenly, there was a kid drinking milk and eating cake in the middle of the group of macho men. This was indeed too conspicuous. Kimchi Country's Kim Ping-chang is quite strong, but, how should I put it? He was not that good, at least not good enough to enter the top 10. So many contestants who were guaranteed to advance to the quarterfinals had fallen, but this friend of his was still advancing towards the finals. His luck was very good. Jiang Shao hoped that he would be lucky enough to get a bye and enter the top 6. Wouldn't that be wonderful? However, Jiang Shao knew very well that he was daydreaming. The pitiful Jiang Shao was dragged by the analysts to study his opponents for the entire day. He wasn't even allowed to watch little Jiang Shue's competition. He only found out that Han Jiangshue's team had advanced when he secretly played with his mobile phone during lunch. On this day, Jiang Xiaoxue felt like his head was about to explode. He, who usually did not have an addiction to smoking, suddenly felt like smoking. It was for no other reason than to get some fresh air. At night, Jiang Shao was finally free. After dinner, he video chatted with Han Jiangxue while watching the replay of her competition in the morning. The competition was really a little difficult. Song Chuanxi even fought with the opponent's shield warrior. The opponent's shield warrior was of the battle mastery style, and the rules awakened were of the earth and water schools of defense. Their fighting style was extremely stable. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Song Chuanxi repeatedly increased the level of pain he was suffering. Finally, he seized an opportunity to crash out of the arena with his opponent's shield. Wu Yao and Han Jiangxue then attacked crazily and broke the opponent's rules awakened, which was extremely strong in defense. They finally gained the upper hand in the competition. In the end, when the referee announced China's victory, the students on the field were almost exhausted. It was really an unimaginable battle of attrition. Compared to the Capital Star Warriors team that was fighting hard, the soldiers of Xiangnan Military Academy were still as stable as old dogs. They ended the battle in 12 minutes and advanced directly to the top 9 of the World Cup. There were no twists and turns, nor were there any thrilling accidents. There was only a clean victory that made them feel good both physically and mentally. 3 words could be used to describe it. Comfortable. Yeah, I watched your competition. It was really too difficult, but that's also the reason why I feel a sense of accomplishment, isn't it? Jiang Shao said softly while looking at Han Jiangshue's face. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was lying on the bed with her head tilted and half of her face buried in the soft pillow. She looked at Jiang Shao on the screen of her mobile phone and hummed softly. By the way, how's Song Chuanxi? I'm talking about her mental state, Jiang Shao asked again. Han Jiangxue said softly, there are many auxiliary awakened members in the team. She'll be fine. Hearing her slightly tired voice, Jiang Shao became gentler and asked, are you tired? Han Jiangxue answered, yes. Jiang Shao said, kiss me then. Hurry and go to sleep. Han Jiangxue said, okay. Han Jiangxue seemed to be really tired. After agreeing to Jiang Zhao's request, she finally realized that something was amiss. She then glared at Jiang Shao before hanging up the phone. Jiang Shao scratched his head. Due to the fact that half of Han Jiangshue's face was buried in the pillow, only one of her eyes participated in the activity, just now. The scene was rather peculiar. There was nothing much to talk about in the next few days. Jiang Shao had no choice but to stay in the hotel and study the information of his opponents. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. It was like having a teacher take 10 sets of papers in front of you before the college entrance examination and tell you that you would only be taking 1 set of the same questions without changing a single punctuation mark. Are you going to memorize all 10 sets of questions? During the few days that Jiang Shao was memorizing the questions, the results of Xie Yan and Ho Mingming were out. They won consecutively in the losers bracket and once again showed the world the strength of China. Ho Mingming ended up in the 12th place. Xie Yan ended up in the 13th place because he only lost to Ho Mingming in the last round. The domineering performance of Ho Mingming and Xie Yan lessened the criticism of the two in the country. It turned out that as long as they were not too unlucky, they would be able to achieve rather good result. As the losers bracket ended, Jiang Shao was once again pushed to the front of the stage and stood in the eye of the storm. He was the only one left among the Chinese players in the individual competition. Be it in China or in the team, Jiang Shao had become like a giant panda. Jiang Shao also felt the pressure of being the favorite of the team. For example, on the day he drew lots, the other students accompanied Jiang Shao to watch the lot drawing ceremony under the leadership of the team leader. They then played the recording of the competition and began to learn. Due to the fact that there were only 11 contestants left in the 7th round of the World Cup and it was the finals, the lot drawing method was changed. In a broadcast hall in Japan's capital, Edo City, a leader of the Star Warriors World Cup committee personally drew lots in a glass box. He even recited a long speech before drawing lots, which infuriated everyone. Finally, the lot drawing ceremony began. In the small auditorium, the Chinese national team was gathered and some of their close friends sat around Jiang Shao. They held their breaths and looked at the results of the lot drawing on the screen. In particular, Xian seemed to be even more nervous than she was during the competition. The lots were drawn one after another. Judging from the reactions of the people, it was obvious which contestants were relatively more terrifying. For example, when the European shield was drawn, or when the captain of the North Kingdom's thunderbolt was drawn, or when the neon sword god was drawn, the sigh of relief in the small auditorium was especially real. The first group dueled, the second group dueled, the third group dueled, the fourth group dueled. Oh my, this is great! I'm going to get a bye. I'm going to enter the top 6 without doing anything. Jiang Shao exclaimed excitedly. All of a sudden, the members of the national team in the small auditorium also got excited and stared at the players in the 5th group. As the old man on the screen picked up a ball, unscrewed it, and took out a small piece of paper. Number 1 confirmed. Kimchi Nation, Jin Pingchong. Oh yeah. Entering the top 6 without doing anything. Great. Who else hasn't come out? Xiaopi and the Queen of Iceland? Yes, it's that queen. The Queen of Iceland. She's here, she's here. Damn. Number 2 in the 5th group. The old man gave a close-up of the small piece of paper in his hand, and a small red star flag appeared. Jiang Zhao's number was also on it. Dozhan from Iceland was going to get a bye. I hate Jiang Xiaopi so much. He's so annoying, Wu Xiaojing said unhappily after being agitated for a long time. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xian said, Yeah, I hate him the most. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xingyan, who was beside him, patted Jiang Zhao's back and said, Friend, this opponent is a little strange. Be careful. Haha. Yu Jin's smile was a little wanton and he looked disdainful. I've drawn the easiest opponent. Zhao Wenlong faintly added, It might also be the hardest to fight. His words made the surroundings quiet down. That was also the reason that Jiang Zhao's voice was particularly clear. Jiang Shao muttered, Hey, why is this little brother joining in the fun with me? He doesn't even have the title of God. How is he going to fight with me? One of you go and persuade him to move back a little. The bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 598. June 29, 2017. In the National Stadium of Seoul City, the capital of Kimchi Nation. The entire stadium was a sea of red. Yes, the entire stadium had turned fiery red. The color of the Kimchi Nation's support uniforms was similar to that of the Chinese. Due to the fact that the two nations were of the same race, apart from the banners and slogans, the flags of the two nations were also clearly telling the world which country they were from. However, to be honest, when people said the word Taiji, Jiang Shao immediately thought of Zhang Sanfeng and Taiji. When it came to 8 trigrams, Jiang Shao immediately thought of Zhou. That's interesting. Judging from the flags and slogans, the number of people from China should be limited in many ways in the home ground of the Republic of China. For example, the source of tickets and so on. In the stadium that could accommodate 30,000 people, only about 1,000 to 2,000 people came from China. Moreover, they were not concentrated in one area. However, for Jiang Shao, having one was enough. It was undeniable that, from the perspective of pure strength, Jiang Shao had drawn the best of the lot. Ever since the announcement of Jin Pingchang versus Jiang Xiaopi at the lot-drawing ceremony yesterday, Jiang Shao had been studying Jiang Shao for a long time. Yesterday, Jiang Shao was not studying Jin Pingchang, but familiarizing himself with the rules of the competition. Jiang Shao swore that he had never analyzed the rules of the World Cup so thoroughly, even though he had already played 6 rounds. Of course, Jiang Shao could not be said to have played 6 rounds of the competition in a days. Jiang Shao still remembered the general rules of the competition. However, the 7th round yesterday, the Chinese team teachers and analysts were surprisingly unanimous in their opinions and took Jiang Shao to carefully study the rules of the competition. After studying hard yesterday, Jiang Ji came up with the mantra of 16 words. You have to be ruthless and steady when you draw your sword. You have to be quick to avoid quitting the competition. Ma Ku yelled, Central TV Station. Central TV Station. This is the National Stadium of Seoul City from the Kimchi Nation. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 7th round of the World Cup individual competition. Yi Xuanyang, who had become a mother again, glanced at Ma Ku in disdain. Anyway, the cameras were not on them, so she could play some tricks. Yi Xuanyang said, Today's battle is between Jin Pingchang from the Republic of China and our country's legendary assistant, Jiang Xiaopi. Ma Ku suddenly interrupted. I'm the host, Ma Ku. Yi Xuanyang answered. I am Yi Xuanyang. Ma Ku said, Xuanyang, Jiang Xiaopi has really exceeded everyone's expectations. Amidst the voices of doubt and criticism, he managed to defeat all 6 opponents and stand in the 7th round. Yi Xuanyang nodded and said, Jiang Xiaopi made it to this stage amidst the doubts and doubts. But now, everyone's impression of Jiang Xiaopi has changed greatly. In the first 6 rounds of the competition, his opponents were all very strong. Everyone has witnessed Jiang Xiaopi's strength. Ma Ku suddenly said with a smile, it's not only within the country, but also internationally. Jiang Xiaopi's strength has been recognized as a gold medal. Jiang Xiaopi's World Cup schedule is unique, and no matter which player he is compared to, Jiang Xiaopi's matches are of the highest quality. Yes. Yi Xuanyang nodded profusely. She had long discovered a treasure, and now it was being appreciated by everyone. She felt rather good about it. Jiang Xiaopi has already met those who should have appeared in the top 16, top 8, and even the final round. Now, he has made it to the 7th round, and his opponent is... Yi Xuanyang was obviously stunned. Ma Ku hurriedly continued, Jin Pingchang. He is a strong melee fighter who has a rather pure set of dagger technique. It is said that his dagger techniques originated from the southeast of the Mediterranean Sea. It highlights ruthlessness, sharpness, and ferocity. Every move is fatal, and it's very powerful. With the help of the special star techniques of his country, this contestant who should have been classified as an assassin was forcibly classified as a fighter. Yi Xuanyang said, An inch short is an inch dangerous, but an inch long is an inch strong. Jiang Xiaopi's giant blade technique has also been recognized by the people of the world. He definitely won't be afraid of such a player. Ma Ku exclaimed, Yes. Jiang Xiaopi is very long. Yi Xuanyang was dumbfounded. Ma Ku hurriedly said, The blade of that giant blade is 1/3 5 meters long, and the handle is 50 centimeters long. Jiang Xiaopi's giant blade technique has already reached perfection, and he can even play with a dagger. We have to believe in our Jiang Xiaopi. Mako frantically tried to backtrack, but he didn't know if he could do it. There were a total of 5 matches in 5 different cities today, but the timing of the matches was staggered due to the low viewership ratings. Jiang Xiao was scheduled to compete in the second match in the afternoon, which would start at 2:30 p.m. It was time for him to take a nap. Wake up, it's time to warm up. In the changing room, Jiang Xiao, who was in a daze, heard someone whispering in his ear. Jiang Xiao opened his eyes and frantically explained, "I didn't sleep." Yes, okay. Fang Xingyun gently patted Jiang Xiao's shoulder, not allowing him to have any emotional fluctuations before going on. He said, "It's 1:55, it's time to go warm up. Do your best later." Jiang Xiao felt helpless. He really didn't sleep. Before going to bed last night, Jiang Xiao had already begun practicing his dagger techniques in his mind. When Jiang Xiao obtained the Guardians of the Night's string music medal and 3,000 skill points, Jiang Xiao had already upgraded his dagger and bow techniques that were stuck at a bottleneck to gold quality level 0. Anyway, it only took 10 points to break through the bottleneck. It was definitely not a loss to use them to break through the bottleneck. At that time, he had already made up his mind to participate in the World Cup, so he still had to do some preparatory work. However, Bate had been practicing his giant blade technique in the Scourge Ruins. Hence, his dagger and bow techniques did not improve at all. Now, Jiang Xiao was practicing his dagger techniques in his mind, not because he was going to use a dagger to attack the enemy, but because he was thinking about how to fight such a player. To be honest, Jin Pingchang's overall strength might not be as good as Ember's, but from the perspective of using a dagger, Jin Pingchang should not be inferior to Ember. His dagger style, which was inherited from the southeast of the Mediterranean, and his fierce combat skills were really strong. Jiang Zhao's original body was studying the rules yesterday, but his bait was in the Scourge Ruins. He had fought with the dagger-wielding Golden Companion for an entire night. It was worth mentioning that the other Silver Companion had also died in an accident. In the Scourge Ruins, there was only one gold-quality king and bait left to train. "Hurry up, don't waste time," Fang Xingyun said. Jiang Xiao immediately jumped up. Yes, he definitely couldn't waste time. He couldn't give the opponent any chance. What if he was late for the warm-up and was judged to be looking down on the competition? "I'll go in first, you guys follow me," Jiang Xiao said as he flashed away. He left behind a bunch of people looking at each other. Flashing away. Amazing! The little poison healer really valued the competition. Shoo! Following Jiang Zhao's appearance, the huge stadium was filled with boos. Jiang Xiao was stunned on the spot. He had already fought a total of 6 rounds, but Jiang Xiao had never heard such a scale of boos. It was also because the Chinese had protected their child too well. Wherever Jiang Xiao went, it would become his home ground. Of course, the cheers would be earth-shattering. And today's competition venue was Seoul City, which was the opponent's home ground. Of course, the opponent would do their best to disturb Jiang Xiao. In a sea of crimson, Taiji 8 trigrams flags danced in the air as boos rang out. Jiang Xiao picked up the giant sword and looked at the agitated, flushed faces that were hollering at him. Such a scene was transmitted to the millions of households in China through the camera. It was a tiny figure with a huge blade in his hand. He raised his head and looked at the Taiji 8 trigrams flags that fluttered in the air above the spectator seats. He looked at the images that were filled with boos and slanderous gestures. F***CK. Where are our people? What is this? Where are our people? Why can't I see a single red star flag? In Mother Yang's live broadcast room, the bullet screen surged like the sea and floated out. The bullet screen was so thick that it was to the extent that the screen could not be seen. They had no choice but to turn off the pop-up comments. After turning off the pop-up comments, the viewers who were watching the livestream via the online platform and the viewers who were watching through the televisions saw a heart-stirring scene. Initially, the camera was showing Jiang Zhao's small back view and the large spectator seat. As the camera switched, the viewers saw a close-up of Jiang Zhao's face, only to see that the little toxic healer was not shocked by the loud boos at all. Instead, he dragged the giant blade and grinned. Yi Xuanyang looked at the scene and listened to the loud boos in the stadium. She covered her chest with one hand and murmured, "My God! Jiang Xiaopi! My heart is really going to melt." Yi Xuanyang's reaction was representative of a large number of Chinese citizens who were watching in front of the television. "I'm here. We're here." Xia Yan raised her hands high and waved two small red flags in her hand. Her face was painted with the red flag, and she yelled loudly with the dozens of Chinese around her in a small square formation. Jiang Zhao inserted the giant blade under his feet and grabbed his collar with his right hand before opening it to the right, revealing the red Chinese flag on his left chest. He slowly turned his body and continuously nodded while looking around the audience. As Jiang Zhao's body slowly turned, the boos in the direction where the flag on his chest was facing became louder and louder. In the sea of Taiji 8 trigrams, there were dozens of Chinese people who jumped, yelled, and cheered loudly in the direction that Jiang Zhao was facing. Although the light was weak, it couldn't be covered. Jiang Zhao raised his left fist high and gestured at the red flags that were scattered everywhere. "Brothers, get ready. A single spark can start a prairie fire today." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 599. It's a 4,000-word chapter, please vote for me. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and the contestants from both teams entered the arena. Amidst the booing, Jiang Zhao walked into the arena with his giant sword. The audience was really impressive. They didn't even cheer for the contestants from their own country and simply booed Jiang Zhao. Perhaps it was because Jiang Zhao's actions just now were rather jarring, but the mockery and ridicule were all over the place. Jiang Zhao, who was in the second position during the drawing of lots, stood on the west side of the arena and looked at Jin Pingchong from afar. Jin Pingchong was 175 centimeters tall and was not muscular. Instead, he was relatively slender and looked like an assassin. However, he was classified as a melee fighter because of his ruthless and fierce fighting style. Jin Pingchong had an outstanding appearance and was rather handsome. He had a fair and tender face, fluffy and curly hair, and thin bangs on his forehead. He looked like a puppy and was very attractive to female fans. However, that was only normal. Once they fought, it was said that the puppy would turn into a huge wolf. The two daggers in his hands were the best proof. In fact, one of Jin Pingchong's star techniques was the illusion dagger. However, all the contestants had no choice but to take out their real cold weapons when fighting Jiang Zhao. Otherwise, they would be controlled by Jiang Zhao's silence until they died. "Xia Yan is very beautiful and she has a lot of fans in our country," said Jin Pingchong, who was standing on the east side of the arena. Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Jiang Zhao frowned slightly and wondered, what did this kid say? Did I hear wrongly? Jin Pingchong continued to speak in English. "Han Jiangxue isn't bad either?" Jiang Zhao snapped back to his senses and felt that Jin Pingchong's trash talk was rather interesting. He nodded and said, "Yes, they're all natural and have never undergone plastic surgery." Jin Pingchong was obviously stunned. A few seconds later, Jin Pingchong said, "I hope the two of us can give everyone an exciting competition." Jiang Zhao grinned and ignored Jin Pingchong. A smile appeared on Jin Pingchong's face. That smile was a little strange. Time passed bit by bit. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded and Jin Pingchong's aura immediately changed. He then dashed towards Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao waved his left hand and said, "Bless, let's go." The light pillars of blessing came one after another, like a magic array, falling one after another. Jin Pingchong dodged and moved at an extremely fast speed. The scene made the audience get excited, and they finally stopped booing Jiang Shao. Instead, they cheered for Jin Pingchong loudly. Jin Pingchong! Jin Pingchong! Jin Pingchong! Jin Pingchong! Kimchi Republic! Kimchi Republic! Jin Pingchong, who had been dodging left and right in the blessing formation, suddenly changed his appearance when he reappeared. Jiang Shao was stunned. Before dodging the pillar of blessing, he was still Jin Pingchong. Why did he become Xia Yan after dodging it? Xia Yan was also dumbfounded. What's going on? In the arena, Xia Yan's chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, revealing her charming face. She took advantage of the moment when Jiang Shao was stunned to dash towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao stared at the approaching Xia Yan and thought to himself, "Are you a dog? Holy shit! New tactics? Friend, you're really playful, aren't you? Do you think I can't bear to attack you just because you've become Xia Yan? Wrong. Terribly wrong. I've long wanted to slash her." Although he was thinking about that, Jiang Zhao's body was very honest. Jiang Shao raised his hand and shot a ray of sound of silence, causing Jin Pingchong to reveal his true form. At the same time, Jiang Shao held onto his giant sword and plunged forward. Jiang Shao muttered to himself, "I should really let you know what a real disguise is. You're 6 or 7 centimeters shorter than her. Don't you know that there's a huge difference in height?" Screech! The giant sword collided with the crossed dagger, and at the moment when it slashed downwards, there were even some sparks produced. Jin Pingchong held the dagger in his left hand and blocked it forcefully. He lowered his body, arched his legs, and advanced while stabbing the dagger in his right hand at Jiang Zhao's chest. Jiang Shao stomped his feet and quickly leaped backward, jumping out of the range of sound of silence. Green glow appeared on Jiang Zhao's giant sword in midair, and he slashed it down forcefully. Jin Pingchong indeed had some skills. Like a dog's skin plaster, his body instantly closed in. With a nimble sidestep, he dodged the blade that emerged with green glow and broke out of the range of sound of silence. Jin Pingchong took advantage of the momentum of his sidestep and swung his right hand, after which a blue and red star power dagger emerged from the tip of the real dagger in his hand. He then threw it out and stabbed it straight at Jiang Zhao's face. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's body was like a television with poor reception. His body flashed strangely and flickered on the spot. In everyone's eyes, the red and blue dagger seemed to have penetrated Jiang Zhao's head and flew past him rapidly. The dagger was definitely not just a simple physical attack. Jiang Shao had studied Jin Pingchong's star techniques for a long time, so he was naturally very clear about the effects of his star technique. Once the special dagger touched Jiang Zhao's body, it would emit a red and white mist, and Jiang Shao might even enter an illusion. His physical body would also freeze on the spot and be at the mercy of others. Of course, at such a short distance, even if he didn't dodge, he could still knock the dagger away. The biggest drawback of Jin Pingchong's special dagger was that it required a certain amount of time to accumulate power. The star power had to be condensed layer by layer in order to release the blue and red mist. Jiang Shao, who dodged the dagger, also faced Jin Pingchong's face. Jin Pingchong reacted extremely quickly and swiped the dagger in his left hand forward again. The red and blue glow on the dagger was extremely dazzling. On the other hand, Jiang Shao held the dagger with both hands and gently tapped his right elbow on Jin Pingchong's left hand that was holding the dagger in reverse. Whoosh! Under the effect of green glow that had been adjusted to gold quality, the red and blue star power in Jin Pingchong's right hand immediately broke apart and he spun and flew out. Due to the fact that he did not have enough time to accumulate power, the red and blue star power did not emit any mist, and had yet to condense and take shape. Whoosh! 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 However, even as Jin Pingchong spun and flew away, a series of daggers were thrown at him. What was even more amazing was that Jin Pingchong, who was spinning in midair, swung the red and blue star power dagger with one hand and pulled it with the other hand forcefully. It was as if there was a transparent thread of star power that was pulling him to the ground. He actually landed on the ground? He cleverly resolved the situation where he could not borrow any force in the air. Jiang Shao subconsciously raised his sword to block and deflected several red and blue daggers. However, there seemed to be a transparent thread on the dagger that was connected to Jin Pingchang's fingers. The daggers that were deflected did not dissipate. Instead, they turned around and stabbed back. All of a sudden, there seemed to be countless red and blue butterflies flying around Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's giant sword was indeed like a dagger, but it did not last for a few seconds. Jiang Shao jumped out of the battlefield and appeared behind Jin Pingchang again in a flash. Because, at the instant that Jiang Shao flashed away, the red and blue butterflies exploded instantly. There was not much sound, but the red and blue mist was emitted. In the end, Jin Pingchang still used his special skill. However, Jiang Shao was well prepared and the butterfly-like daggers formed a mist that would cause others to enter an illusion. However, before that happened, Jiang Shao had already flashed away. The mist that caused others to enter an illusion was indeed Jin Pingchang's powerful weapon. Even if Jin Pingchang was lucky enough to be able to enter the 7th round, he did not always get a free pass. His red and blue mist had indeed eliminated many contestants. However, Jin Pingchang was indeed restrained by Jiang Shao, who had the star technique of silence. Jiang Shao flashed out and raised his hand to slash. Go! Jin Pingchang had an unimaginably sharp sense of smell. He immediately leaped and dodged to the side. Almost at the same time, his long black hair also fluttered. Jiang Shao had studied all of Jin Pingchang's star techniques and of course knew what might happen. However, when Han Jiangxue suddenly appeared in the midst of an intense battle with his opponent, the scene was really strange. Jiang Zhao's movements did not slow down at all, but he could not help but be distracted. He was not bewitched by Han Jiangxue's beauty, but rather, he was infuriated. You bastard! My goddess Xue's hair is long and straight. How did it curl? Did you do it on purpose? You motherf *cur change back for me. After another bout of silence, Jin Pingchang was once again smashed back to his original form. At the next moment, Jiang Shao swung his sword. Jin Pingchang flipped his hand and leaped backward. Jiang Shao took another step forward and slashed again. Jin Pingchang clenched the dagger into a fist and pushed it against the ground forcefully. He then flipped his body backward and retreated again. Jiang Shao swung his sword again, but this time, it was the rotating projectile sword. Jin Pingchang, who was half kneeling on the ground, narrowed his eyes and thought, opportunity. This time, he did not dodge and instead used the dagger in his left hand to resist the rotating giant dagger. He then put his right hand at his waist and shook it rapidly, after which the dagger flew out. Amidst the silence, he was going all out. Jin Pingchang was using his resistance to confuse Jiang Shao and provide cover for his attack. Jiang Shao followed his opponent's thoughts and took another step forward, seemingly waiting for the giant dagger to bounce back. Bang! Under Jin Pingchang's precise control, the giant dagger was deflected to the left. In the domain of silence, Jiang Shao could not flash to retrieve the dagger. Jin Pingchang was shocked to find that the dagger that he had deflected was gone. Why didn't it stab into Jiang Zhao's eyes? Instead, it was in his hands? Before the plan could change, the giant sword was blocked by Jin Pingchang, who was quick to react. Jiang Shao grabbed the dagger that was flying towards him and launched a maniacal attack. Wow! Oh my god, what did I just see? Oh my god, the toxic healer is playing with a dagger. Yes. Suppress him and beat him up. Suppress him and beat him up like that. Keep him in a daze. Expand the advantage. Don't let him come back to his senses. Don't let him react. In Yang Ma's online platform, there were many comments. Far away in Japan, in the small hall of the hotel, the team members who thought they knew Jiang Shao well had strange expressions on their faces, especially Ember from Shanghai Star Warriors. Especially student Ember from Shanghai Star Warriors. At least among the contestants in the individual competition, Ember was the best dagger player in the national team. He had never thought that there would be a dagger player hidden in the team. Under normal circumstances, techniques such as unarmed combat would be taught during the basic stage of the Star Warriors training. That was also the basic combat technique that the country taught Star Warriors during their high school years. As for daggers, they could be considered the basic training for everyone and were not as rare as giant sword. There were many people who knew how to use daggers, but not many of them were good at it. Dagger techniques were Jin Pingchong's specialty, a field that he was proud of. When a person who had never used a dagger before was locked in battle with Jin Pingchong, who was an expert in daggers, the scene was a little strange. My eyes are dazzling, I can't see it clearly. If I don't have enough star slots, I'll make up for it with my skills. Indeed. Damn it. I'm convinced. 9 star slots, and he forced out an offensive kaleidoscope. Damn it, no wonder I can't fight. It turns out that I've been delayed by my star map with 21 star slots. In the arena, Jin Pingchong's eyes widened and he was muttering in Korean. If translated into Mandarin, it would be something like, damn it, damn it, damn it. Jin Pingchong used the appearance of Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan to mess up Jiang Zhao's mind. It worked and caught him off guard. Similarly, Jiang Zhao's sudden dagger also made Jin Pingchong dumbfounded and caught him off guard. Indeed, the shorter the distance, the more dangerous it would be. Regardless of whether Jin Pingchong was a puppy or a wolf, he couldn't compare to Jiang Shao, who was a mad dog in the domain of sound of silence. Jin Pingchong couldn't even find a chance to distance himself from Jiang Shao while he was attacking like a mad dog. Are only girls in love clinging to others? Wrong. Jiang Shao, who was holding a dagger, told everyone that he could be very clingy too. Brother, do you want to fight? The kind that won't go away? At the instant that Jiang Shao withdrew from the domain of silence, green glow appeared on his right hand and the dagger in his hand. Jin Pingchong couldn't even dodge the swift and violent attack at such a short distance. Dumbfounded, he barely managed to block the attack. Ding! When the dagger collided, Jin Pingchong's sleeve was instantly torn apart and a bloody wound appeared on his right arm. His body was sent flying. As Jiang Shao held the dagger in a reverse grip and raised his hand slightly, a beam of light of blessing landed on him. Jin Pingchong exclaimed, "Ah, screech!" A figure flashed and the dagger pierced his throat. Jin Pingchong, who was flying backward, was intercepted by a figure that appeared in a flash. As the dagger pierced his throat, he was pressed into the green grass. Accompanying Jin Pingchong's body as it was pressed into the grassy field was a sound of silence that sealed off all possibilities. Jiang Shao, who was half kneeling on the ground, quickly let go of the dagger and stood up. His movements were clean and neat. Then Jiang Shao spread his hands out and retreated step by step. He tilted his head and looked at the referee outside the arena. The noisy stadium suddenly quietened down, and the sea of Tai Chi 8 trigrams flags also stopped surging in an instant. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 600. Jiang Shao looked at the referee while the referee looked back at him. The scene seemed a little awkward. In the quiet audience, everyone held their breaths and waited for the answer to be revealed. The referee was extremely stressed and frantically looked at Jin Pingchong, who was lying on the ground. It's been a long time. Why hasn't he used any auxiliary star techniques? Go ahead and use them. What are you waiting for? The Chinese contestants have almost retreated to the midfield. Jiang Shao had a peculiar expression on his face and thought, "You're still thinking about it? First, ask me, the platinum silence, if I agree or not." The referee seemed to have finally snapped back to his senses and decided that he had to blow the whistle. Jin Pingchong was still twitching. He would probably be motionless in a while. Beep. China. Number 4 wins. The referee's whistle sounded, and Jiang Xiao paused in his retreat. A team of medical awakened star warriors hurriedly ran forward. The 30,000 people in the auditorium all quieted down, and there was a deathly silence. Jiang Xiao made a move that everyone was familiar with. He grabbed his collar with his right hand and pulled it to the right, revealing the red star flag on his left chest. He then stood in the middle of the green field and slowly turned around to look at the audience. That action immediately ignited the few Chinese people in the venue. In the direction where the flag on Jiang Zhao's chest shone, dozens of Chinese people cheered and celebrated loudly. The sparks started burning in the 8 trigrams Tai Chi flag. As Jiang Xiao slowly turned around, the Chinese people who were drowned in the audience cheered and waved their flags were presented in front of everyone. Well done! 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That's too fast, isn't it? Thank you, international friend. You went through all the hardships to enter the 7th round just to send Pai Shen off. Hashtag? Spread your hands, step back, tilt your head and look at the referee. Oh my God! This little move. My little toxic healer is going to explode. My heart is going to melt. As the referee's whistle sounded, the bullet screen floated over layer by layer. With the army passing through, no one would be able to see the live broadcast clearly. Yi Xuanyang yelled excitedly. He won. 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Jiang Xiaopi did not disappoint. He won the competition. Maku sounded even more excited. Clearly, he had already prepared a set of words. Top 6. Make history. Create a legend. Now, Jiang Xiaopi was undoubtedly the best assistant in the World Cup. He broke the record of the best results for a support member in the World Cup that had been sealed for 41 years. The last time a Star Warrior entered the top 8 was in 1977. He was the medical awakened Star Warrior from the Kingdom of the Rising Sun Laker. He was ranked 8th in the individual competition that year. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly continued. Be it in terms of the number of rounds or the strength of the opponents, Jiang Xiaopi has a much higher difficulty in advancing than he rake. Maku shouted, 3 out of the top 6. No one had ever done it before. There will be no one like him in the future. The stirring words were transmitted to millions of households through television and the internet, and the country was filled with jubilation. This soul seedling, carrying everyone's expectations, was still continuing forward. Jiang Xiao walked out of the cage and was greeted by Yang Yang. Hearing Yang Yang's congratulatory words, Jiang Xiao nodded repeatedly. In fact, Jiang Zhao's previous 6 rounds of competition were quite impressive. However, in the 7th round, his opponents were slightly weaker. However, if Jin Pingchong continued to work hard, he should be able to enter the top 10 of the individual competition, even if he only won 1 round in the loser's bracket. That would be a rather good result. Xiaopi? Xiaopi? Huh! Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Yang Yang. Yang Yang repeated, You've broken the dust-laden historical record of the World Cup. Do you have anything to say to everyone? Jiang Xiao scratched his head and looked at Fang Xingyun, who was behind the camera. He also remembered his agreement with Teacher Fang. He said, I will continue to work hard. Yang Yang was initially full of anticipation, but he was clearly stunned after hearing Jiang Zhao's words. What's wrong with the toxic healer? Has he changed? Why don't you be naughty? Go ahead and be playful. Yang Yang was a little stumped and continued, During the competition just now, Jin Pingchong used his unique star technique to transform into your teammate Xia Yan and sister Han Jiangxue. Do you have anything to say about that? Jiang Xiao grinned and said, I studied his star techniques before the match and expected that. The appearance of their images didn't cause much trouble for me. Yang Yang refused to believe it. Aren't you going to answer such a question casually? Yang Yang asked. Jin Pingchong has never used the star technique of camouflage in the past few rounds. Yet, you've already expected it before the competition? Jiang Xiao nodded with a solemn expression. I have a very strong support team. My teacher, Fang Xingyun, was once the champion of the individual competition in the World Cup and has been through hundreds of battles. My national team's analysts and coaches are the best of the best. His flattery, once he started, he couldn't stop at all. Jiang Xiao looked at the camera and continued, This is not my victory alone, nor is it my record alone. This victory belongs to the national team beside me and the hundreds of millions of people who support me. Damn it! Yang Yang stared at Jiang Xiao dumbfoundedly and couldn't help but take a step back in shock. Behind the camera, Fang Xingyun looked gratified. My son has finally grown up. He's finally obedient. Yang Yang shook his head, seemingly trying to sober up. He hurriedly continued to ask, You've never displayed your dagger skills before. You suddenly used it today and it's really astonishing. You're the legendary treasure boy, right? Yang Yang thought to himself, Damn it, I've already told you the truth. If you still don't brag, I'll turn around and leave. Jiang Xiao raised his right fist and said loudly to the camera, Keep it up! Create more glory! Yang Yang was speechless. Jiang Xiao suddenly took 2 steps forward, bent his finger, and knocked on the lens of the camera. Do you see me? I'm you in the future. One day, you'll be like me and stand on the highest stage in this world. He grabbed the lens frame with both hands and looked straight at the thousands of households through the screen with a scorching gaze. What are you waiting for? Stop watching TV. Do what you should do. Fang Xingyun hurriedly stepped forward. It's over. My son is too immersed in his role. It's enough to deal with it calmly. Why is he giving me chicken soup? The buzz-cut boy clenched his fists and his expression was extremely fierce. He cheered for the people behind the camera and let out a battle cry. Rua! Fang Xingyun arrived immediately and took Jiang Xiao away with a shove. Far away in Jianghu City, in the small auditorium of the hotel where the national team was staying, a group of national team members had been arranged here early to watch the competition together. Wu Xiaojing threw her mobile phone on the table and looked at the big screen in front of her. She was so angry that she put her hands on her hip. What's going on? I have to be taught a lesson just to watch a competition. It's so annoying. Xing Yan suddenly stood up, waved his hand and shouted, I don't want to watch anymore. It's so annoying. The teacher on the podium, as an analyst for the national team, was just praised by Jiang Xiao and felt very happy. Seeing Xing Yan's provocation, he immediately slapped the table and said angrily, Sit down. The class is not over yet. Xing Yan's face was full of depression and he sat down on the chair. Xian hurriedly lowered his head and chuckled while covering his mouth. Ho Mingming rested her chin on one hand and stared at Jiang Xiaopi's back on the screen with a burning gaze. Xie Yan lowered his head and fiddled with his boxing belt quietly, looking like an autistic child. Zhao Wenlong crossed his legs and looked out of the window leisurely. Timed is really beautiful. Jiang Xiao was dragged back to the locker room, and Fang Xingyun pressed him down on the chair. She gently patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, Wake up, wake up. Jiang Xiao scratched his head and said, Huh? Fang Xingyun smiled gently and said, You performed well and answered the questions very appropriately. It's just that you went a little overboard and used too much force. You should correct it next time. Jiang Xiao was speechless. Fang Xingyun said as if he was being rewarded, I'll go get you some snacks to eat. Go wash up first. We'll set off for Jianghu City in a while. That night, Jiang Xiao followed the staff of the national team back to the hotel in Jianghu City and received a warm welcome. On one hand, it was because of Jiang Zhao's results, and on the other hand, it was because of what Jiang Xiao said in the post-match interview. Her mouth was as sweet as honey, and it was so sweet that it made the members of the national team feel like they were on cloud nine. Jiang Xiao had entered the top 6 of the World Cup, and the outside world was in an uproar. However, to be honest, Jiang Xiao did not feel anything special after achieving that achievement. Perhaps it was because his opponents were not strong enough. If it had been George Starr, the Sea Burial King, or Juliet, Jiang Xiao might have been more excited. The 7th round was considered one of the easier rounds in Jiang Xiao's World Cup journey. However, if he wanted it to be of value, the upcoming 8th round would definitely be properly arranged. Besides, there was no need for any arrangements at all. Any one of the 5 remaining players would be able to cause an earth-shattering battle. After dinner, Jiang Xiao returned to his room and took a shower before lying on the bed and reading the news. The 7th round of the individual competition of the World Cup has ended. Contestant Jiang Xiaopi of our country has defeated contestant Jin Pingchong of the Kimchi Nation, breaking the 41-year-old record of the World Cup and obtaining a spot in the top 6. Jiang Xiao scrolled through the progress bar and looked at the report. Captain Thor of the North Road Kingdom, the European Shield of the Will Republic, the Flower of Lanchi Republic, the Neon Sword God of Japan, the legendary support of China, and the Queen of Iceland, who had a bye in the previous round, had entered the 8th round. At a glance, there were 3 melee fighters, 1 shield warrior, 1 rules awakened, and 1 support. After entering the final round, the strong professions of the individual competition were still reflected. It was still the world of the warriors. Besides, after entering the final round, there were only 2 Asian countries and the remaining 4 were European countries. After all, it was a place where the powerhouses gathered, and the nationality of the students in the final round once again highlighted that fact. This picture looks good. Jiang Zhao's scrolling fingers paused for a moment as he saw an interesting picture in the comments section. In the picture, Jiang Xiao could only see a tiny back view while dragging the giant sword in his hand. He looked up at the spectators in front of him, who were waving the Tai Chi 8 trigram flags. In an instant, Jiang Xiao thought of the audience from the Kimchi Nation who were booing at him, making slanderous gestures and shouting loudly. Jiang Xiao took down the picture and clicked on his Weibo. Wow. I have more than 12 million fans now. I've gained more than 6 million fans in just a month after the World Cup? After editing the text and picture, "Let's go Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not," just posted from Huawei P10 Plus. If only I had said what needs to be said today. Picture. As soon as the Weibo post was posted, a bunch of emoticons flooded in. The emoticons were all pictures of Jiang Xiao turning his head and clenching his fists to cheer for the camera when he was being interviewed after the competition. The words, "Rua," were printed at the bottom of the emoticons. There were also a large number of comments in the comments section. Xiaopi, why do your Weibo posts have voices? If only I had said what needs to be said that day. Wouldn't I have been apologetic and not stubborn? If only I wouldn't have been provoked by emotions. Ha 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 ha. That's enough. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Jin lost so aggrievedly. Why didn't the citizens speak properly? Even the toxic healer has been scolded. Ha ha. Little toxic healer, are you getting cocky? Oh right, you've always been in the sky and never came down. Brother-in-law, that's Goddess Yen and Goddess Shui we're talking about. How dare you? The way he swung his sword, tsk. Golden Beauty's disguise doesn't have a soul, little toxic healer's dagger doesn't have feelings. 41 years. Breaking the record. Top 6 of the World Cup. Goddess Pi. So cool. Among the comments, a comment was pushed to the top. Yang, a reporter from Yang Ma. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not, may I ask if you have time now? Can you accept my interview again in your current state? Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 601. The closer it was to the World Cup finals, the higher the level of the battles and the larger the scale. Even though there were only 5 contestants competing for the 7th to 11th place, Jiang Shao still had 5 days to rest. The arrangements for the qualifiers were not intensive, so the contestants who had advanced to the top 6 had enough time to rest. Studying 5 opponents in 5 days was more than enough. Besides, Jiang Shao had already memorized the information of those people in the previous round. The next morning, Jiang Shao did not study his opponents under the guidance of the coaching team. Instead, he watched the Chinese team competition in the small auditorium with the other students and staff. Today, there was a competition between the Xiangnan Military School and the Capital Star Warriors team, and Song Chuanxi's team was arranged to be in the first round. Unfortunately, the team from Capital Star Warriors lost. They had met a true seeded player, the Northern Kingdom's team, that was almost on par with Xiangnan Military Academy in terms of strength. He Su, the assistant of the Capital Star Warriors, had a godlike performance in this match. He put out fires everywhere and did his best to ensure that no one was lost. However, there was a great god in Northern Europe. This sentence was not just a saying, it was written in the story of Norse mythology. The Star Warriors of the North Road Kingdom were really domineering. Their thunder and lightning output was extremely powerful, and there was no defense that they could not break. There was no one that they could not strike away. Under the thunder and lightning array set up by the 4 of them, the 4 members of the Capital Star Warriors team struggled to hold on. Song Chuanxi fainted from the battle, and Wu Yao was also covered in wounds. He Su was struggling too. In the end, he even used his star technique to protect Han Jiangxue once before fainting gloriously. The swaying Han Jiangxue finally met her fate. The 4 members of the North Road Kingdom won the competition after the rules awakened and the assistant were seriously injured and lost their combat abilities. In comparison, the 4 members of the Capital Star Warriors team were all burnt and annihilated. The people in the small auditorium were extremely worried, and Jiang Shao almost couldn't sit still anymore. Fortunately, the medical awakened Star Warriors quickly stepped forward, which made Jiang Shao feel a little more at ease. In the end, Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Han Jiangxue, whose clothes were burnt, had already woken up and was carried out of the arena. The Huaxia Capital Star Warriors team stopped at the semi-finals of the World Cup team competition. This time, Capital Star Warriors and Shanghai Star Warriors were even. Both teams were destroyed by the first-seeded team of the North Kingdom. It was just that Capital Star Warriors persisted for 2 more rounds and entered the top 8 of the World Cup. In the previous round of the team competition, it was supposed to be between 17 teams and 9 teams. However, during the course of the previous round, there were deaths in the winners group. This caused the winning team to have no choice but to withdraw from the competition due to insufficient members. Therefore, Song Chuanxi's team would be competing for the 5th to 8th place in the next few days. Jiang Shao also sent a message to Han Jiangxue, hoping that she could contact him as soon as she saw it. However, the team there had already contacted the team here immediately to inform Jiang Shao that Han Jiangxue was in good physical condition and there were no problems. It seemed like, when your strength was recognized, more people would care about you and care about you. As the only contestant in the individual competition, the national team definitely didn't want Jiang Shao to be overly emotional. As for the second match in the morning, it made everyone's blood boil. The 4 soldiers from Xiangnan Military School executed their commands in unison. The 4 of them even seemed to be like an army of thousands of men and horses, making everyone mesmerized. They ended the battle in 11 minutes and advanced to the semi-finals of the World Cup. This was a breathtaking match. The team competition was all about the whole team. No matter how outstanding one's individual strength was, one might be able to dominate in one small circle, but in the finals of the World Cup, everyone's strength and level were obvious. It was indeed unrealistic for one to play with individual heroism. In the end, the soldiers still had to do it, Most high school students were in the nebula stage and had 8 available star slots. After entering college and breaking through to the galaxy stage, there would be 8 more star slots that could be used in the galaxy stage. Hence, they would have to absorb star techniques according to the configuration of a team of 4. To a certain extent, it would require individual sacrifice in order to truly create a strong team. Clearly, the 4 soldiers did not care about personal gains and losses and sacrificed a certain extent of their own interests for the team, which allowed them to successfully stand at the top of the world. They might get more in return. Hence, from a secular point of view, it was better to take a long-term view. The Xiangnan Military Academy had successfully advanced to the semifinals. It all depended on who they were going to fight next. It would be best if it wasn't the gods of the North Kingdom. The star techniques of the gods of thunder and lightning showed very distinct regional characteristics. It was really difficult to resist. Jiang Xiao only had that morning to relax. In the afternoon, he was dragged by the coaching team to analyze his opponents again. Jiang Zhao's flattery during the interview yesterday afternoon was very useful, especially for the 2 analysts who accompanied him to analyze his opponents. They were holding information in their hands and placed their laptops in front of Jiang Xiao. They pulled him aside and explained everything to him, making him feel like his head was about to explode. Oh no, I've gone too far, I've even bragged about myself. The next 5 days will probably be more tiring than the college entrance examination. It was worth mentioning that when he was studying his opponents in the morning, Han Jiangshua's video popped up. After seeing that it was Han Jiangshua calling, the team leader did not stop Jiang Xiao from picking up the call. Instead, he gave him 10 minutes to rest. After personally confirming that Han Jiangshua was fine, Jiang Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and could finally devote himself to studying his opponent. That night, Jiang Xiao finally saw the other 2 teams that advanced to the semifinals during his break. Turned out that the true gods were still the true gods. Compared to the strong performance of the European countries in the individual competition, only the North Kingdom made it to the semifinals in the team competition. One of the remaining 2 spots was from Africa, the ancient Egyptian Republic. In fact, the Xiangnan Military Academy team had eliminated the Star Warriors Team 2 of the ancient Egyptian Republic in the round of the 33-17. The team that made it to the top 4 in the world was the first team from the ancient Egyptian Republic. In the team competition, the core position of the rules awakened was infinitely elevated. The Sand King of the ancient Egyptian Republic was slightly weaker than the Lightning King of the North Kingdom, but it had more control and was more suitable for team battles. When the green field was covered with yellow sand and the players from both sides could only fight in the sand, the home advantage of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs was too great. The last team to make it to the semi-finals was an Asian country. It was from West Asia, the Mayan countries. In comparison, this team was the most unusual of all. The Huaxia Republic and the North Kingdom both had 1 shield, 1 agility, 1 mage, and 1 support. The ancient Egyptian Republic had 1 shield, 2 mages, and 1 support, while the 4 contestants of the Mayan countries had 3 agility and 1 support. What they played was assassination, and what they fought was a quick battle. His movement technique was strange and unpredictable. He was invisible in broad daylight. Of course, they were different. Such a team configuration would not be able to stand firm in the team competition at all. If they were traditional, actually, they were very traditional because the team configuration of all the teams that had participated in the World Cup had never changed. They had always had 3 agility and 1 support. The combat skills of the contestants from this country were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Each of them was more ferocious than the last. Even the medical awakened Star Warriors' fists, feet, daggers, and the comprehensive assassination skills that the country was proud of were all top-notch. In fact, Jiang Xiao felt that he should go there for further training. During the intense preparation, Jiang Shao witnessed the first victory of the Capital Star Warriors team in the losers bracket. Before the second round arrived the next day, Jiang Shao met an old friend on the night of July 2nd. That night, when Jiang Shao was secretly playing with his mobile phone in bed, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Jiang Shao hurriedly hid his mobile phone under his pillow and went to open the door in a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of slippers. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Zhao's mouth was stuffed full of dog food, catching him off guard. Outside the door was a handsome man in a sky-blue shirt. He was fair and clean, with thick black hair that was combed into a parting. There was also a pair of rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose. On her gentle face, her dark eyes were filled with approval as she looked down at Jiang Shao. "Hai Tianqing?" Beside Hai Tianqing, Fang Xingyun was gently holding onto Hai Tianqing's arm. With a smile on her face, she tilted her head slightly in Hai Tianqing's direction. Her curly hair was scattered lazily on Hai Tianqing's shoulder while she looked at Jiang Shao gently and quietly. Hai Tianqing, who was 188 years old, and Fang Xingyun, who was 177 years old, were really a perfect match. Look at this. Is this what teachers should do? Jiang Shao could no longer tell whose smile was gentler between the two teachers. Oh my God, this is too sweet. Can you guys take my blessings and quickly get out of my sight? Xiaopi, you've grown up. You've already grown to this extent. Hai Tianqing placed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and looked down at the dumbfounded Jiang Shao. He then praised sincerely, "I'm really proud of you." To his surprise, Jiang Shao tilted his head to look at Fang Xingyun and said, "Why can Hai Tianqing enter the hotel while Xia Yan has to wait outside?" Fang Xingyun was speechless. Hai Tianqing looked stunned and said, "I came all the way here to see you, and this is the first thing you said to me?" Jiang Shao smacked his lips and thought, all right then. Although I know you're here to look for Fang Xingyun, you can at least visit me along the way. Jiang Shao walked out of the room and closed the door tightly. He said, "You two stay here and don't move. I'll move the Civil Affairs Bureau over." Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun were dumbfounded. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Hai Tianqing burst into laughter and slapped Jiang Shao on the shoulder. "Indeed, you're still so mischievous. Your teacher Fang was right. You really haven't changed at all." "Hee, Teacher Hai, I missed you so much." Jiang Shao suddenly grinned and hugged Hai Tianqing before slapping him on the back 5 or 6 times. Fang Xingyun, who was at the side, had already retreated. When she saw this scene, she could not help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Hai Tianqing grimaced and muttered, Okay, I missed you too. I missed you too." Jiang Shao hurriedly said, Let's go. Hai Tianqing asked, "Where are we going?" Jiang Shao said, "Hot pot barbecue. You decide. Let's go for a feast." Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun awkwardly and asked, "Well?" Jiang Shao said, "I still have 2 days to rest. Hurry up. You've come all the way here. Don't you know how to reward and motivate me?" Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Shao with a smile and couldn't help but glare at him. He then said to Hai Tianqing, "I'll go contact the team. Wait here for a while." After saying that, Fang Xingyun turned around and left, leaving the master and disciple standing at the door of the corridor. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Zhao's short-sleeved attire and said, "You didn't bring your room key, did you?" Jiang Zhao's body flashed, and in the next moment, the door opened again from the inside. Jiang Shao stood in the room and pointed to the right. "The toilet is over there." Hai Tianqing couldn't help but grin. "So what if I teleport? Who told you that I'm going to the toilet?" With that thought in mind, Hai Tianqing stepped into the door and walked to the bathroom, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 602. At night, in the barbecue restaurant, Jiang Shao held a long pair of chopsticks in his hand and stared at the sizzling meat on the grill. Opposite him, two teachers were sitting together and looking at Jiang Shao. One of them looked at him with a hint of playfulness and the other with a hint of admiration. Jiang Shao could not help but pick up the meat with his chopsticks and look at it. He turned it over and placed the beef on the grill. He looked up at the two of them and said, "You two are getting along well, huh?" Yes. I have to thank you. You're still thinking about me even though you've gone to university. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Shao with a smile. Humph. Fang Xingyun snorted with a teasing look. Now that you mention it, I was the one who chased you all the way to Beijing. It was a world of ice and snow. Now that I think about it, my heart is a little cold. Huh? There were some twists and turns in the subsequent plot after the two of them met? People would always show different sides in front of different people. For example, Fang Xingyun had always been gentle and generous. She was gentle and patient when dealing with students. However, in front of Hai Tianqing, she rarely behaved like a little woman. Hai Tianqing looked embarrassed and turned to look at Fang Xingyun. Fang Xingyun rolled her eyes at Hai Tianqing, picked up the shared chopsticks, and picked up a piece of barbecue for Jiang Shao. Wow! Jiang Shao was almost drooling. He quickly picked up the barbecue and swallowed it in a few bites. He then continued to stare at the meat on the grill. Fang Xingyun continued to roast meat for Jiang Shao while Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun in a daze. He could not say a word for a long time. For a moment, the world seemed to have quietened down and only the sizzling sound of the barbecue could be heard. When Jiang Shao ate the second piece of barbecue that Fang Xingyun picked up, he realized that something was wrong. How long has it been since someone spoke? Hai Tianqing, what are you doing? Can't speak? Can't coax someone? Can't adjust the atmosphere? As a man in his 30s, do you need me to teach you how to pick up girls? If I don't force you, you won't know how outstanding you are. Jiang Shao dipped the meat in the sauce and hummed softly. The candlelight illuminates the dinner, but it doesn't illuminate the answer. Love is not a warm meal. Hai Tianqing. Upon hearing this, Fang Xingyun could not help but roll her eyes at Jiang Shao as she picked up another piece of baked potato for him. The meal made Jiang Shao feel full, but Hai Tianqing didn't seem to be in the right state of mind. The conversation between the three of them then shifted to the competition. Jiang Shao felt that it was better to wait for the two teachers' relationship to progress for a few years before talking about it. When Fang Xingyun went to pay the bill, Hai Tianqing suddenly leaned forward and said in a low voice, "I want to propose to Mr. Fang." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. No wonder Hai Tianqing had been in a daze. It turned out that he had been plotting a scheme in his heart? Jiang Shao asked, "Have you thought it through?" Hai Tianqing changed his blank expression during dinner and said very firmly, "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I wish you well. Did you deliberately tell me all this because?" Hai Tianqing supported his chin with one hand and said, "I think the moment you win the championship should be a good opportunity." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Damn it. It's easy for you to say that. Why are you so confident in me? If I don't win the world championship, are you going to propose to me?" Hai Tianqing continued, "She should be happier in such an atmosphere." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "A proposal and a confession are the same in nature. They're both confirming a new relationship. They should be the bugle call of final victory, not the charge call of an attack." Hai Tianqing was stunned for a moment as he did not expect Jiang Shao to say that. After pondering for a while, Hai Tianqing said, "I've been with Mr. Fang for more than half a year and we understand each other's feelings. I'm sure that the time is ripe." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "You want to propose in front of everyone in the world? That's so romantic." Jiang Shao thought to himself, "Oh you! Damn you! My A**s. In the future, no matter what messages you send, I'll reply with an O." Hai Tianqing smiled and said, "It's indeed romantic, but it's too ostentatious. I know her and she definitely won't like it. Besides, if you really succeed, it'll be your moment. I think. Well, I think it's good to do it in the locker room. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully. Hai Tianqing looked at Fang Xingyun, who was walking back from afar, and said softly, "No matter what, I'll propose to her after your World Cup journey is over." Jiang Shao saw that Hai Tianqing was looking into the distance and replied softly, "In that case, I wish both of us success." Hai Tianqing retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Shao, who was in front of him, before nodding with a smile. On July 3rd, under the leadership of the analyst, Jiang Shao witnessed the defeat of the Capital Star Warriors University. In the end, the Capital Star Warriors University ranked 6th in the World Cup with a record of 1 win and 1 loss. Such results were already very good, and the evaluation of Capital Star Warriors University in the country was also not bad. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be many haters who criticized Capital Star Warriors University for not achieving better results. They would criticize the mistakes and reactions of the 4 players during every match. However, those comments were nothing. Capital Star Warriors University's position was very special. They were already in the top 8 in the world and had already secured the 6th place in the World Cup. Besides, they had the Shanghai Star Warriors University at the bottom and the Xiangnan Military School in front of them, who were trying to win the championship. Hence, Capital Star Warriors University did not have to endure much criticism. On the other hand, the standings for the individual competition were a bit more interesting. Because the standings were from 7 to 11, the lucky contestants were able to advance directly to the next round. The standings for the 10th and 11th place were out, but the standings for the top 3 were not out. There was still an empty round in the 5-man competition. However, since the 3 of them were fighting for the top spot, the World Cup did not have an empty round anymore. Instead, the points competition started immediately. The problem was, after the 3 of them fought for a round, they actually had the same number of points, and the results were all 1 win and 1 loss. Under normal circumstances, when the points were the same, more criteria could be added, such as the length of the competition, the degree of damage done to the enemy, the degree of damage done to the body, and so on. However, the World Cup did not do that. A win was a win and a loss was a loss. Since the points were the same, they would be the same. They would have a rematch. The 3 of them had a total of 3 chances. If the 3 contestants still had the same number of points in the next 2 rounds, the committee would use other methods to judge who was higher and who was lower. This was not a rematch of the 652, 651, or 650 rankings. Those rankings could not enter the points competition system. There were so many people who signed up for the World Cup, and there were so many matches. Moreover, they had to finish all the matches in the World Cup within 40 days. Hence, the points competition could only be used after the 7th or 8th round to leave time for more important people. Now that the World Cup was coming to an end, there were very few matches left, and they were all extremely important. Putting the honor aside, it was also very attractive to the audience. This was a rematch of the top 10 in the world. 7th, 8th, 9th. People all over the world liked to watch it. Let's do it again. This also reminded the contestants who had advanced to the top 6. After the next round, the 3 contestants in the winner's bracket would fight for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, while the 3 contestants in the loser's bracket would fight for the 4th, 5th, and 6th place. They had to be strong and win 2 rounds in the group in order to get the highest ranking. Otherwise, a rematch. Continue the broadcast. It would be best if there were 3 rounds. After the 3rd round, the judges would decide the rankings. Jiang Shao was not surprised by this. In the past, the rules of the World Cup were the same. The closer it was to the final battle, the more difficult it would be to move forward. However, what made Jiang Shao unhappy was that due to the rematch of the 7th, 8th, and 9th place, Jiang Shao had 2 more days to rest. It would be fine if he really had a break, But the problem was that Jiang Shao had to follow the analysts to sprint for the college entrance examination in the extra 2 days. Ever since he entered the top 100 of the World Cup and had a ranking, Jiang Shao had been playing a game every 5 days. Jiang Shao was already familiar with such a rhythm, and towards the end of the competition, the use of the final ranking system had indeed disrupted Jiang Zhao's rhythm. Of course, it was also fair. Jiang Shao was suffering, and the other contestants who had advanced to the top 6 were not much better. They were all suffering in agony. As for the system of the team competition, it was very clear, and the round of the top 4 proceeded smoothly. Jiang Shao was fortunate enough to witness history. In the round of the top 4, the Xiangnan Military Academy encountered the team of Jacob, which had a strange style. The soldiers of the Xiangnan Military Academy relied on their perfect defense system to lay out their plans and endure the harassment. They were suppressed by the elusive assassins for 13 minutes. With the command of the Xiangnan assistant, a golden wave of air spread out. Shield, agility, and magic, a set of defensive and counterattacks actually launched a wave of attacks, directly taking away 2 of the opponent's agility and 1 support. Only one of the Jacob melee fighters was left. When he saw that his comrade was severely injured, he had no choice but to reveal himself, admit defeat, and ask for help from the medical awakened Star Warrior. That afternoon, the battle between the North Road Kingdom and ancient Egypt began. The battle between lightning and sand really shocked everyone. The 2 sides fought fiercely and were locked in a fierce battle. In the sand, the defense of the pharaohs of ancient Egypt was infinitely enhanced, and their perception was greatly enhanced. As a result, their movements became more agile. The gods of the North Road Kingdom had finally met their match. It was no exaggeration to say that the gods of the North Road Kingdom had met an opponent that restrained them. This group of people who played with sand were really not afraid of lightning. The scene of the battle was earth-shattering. The sky exploded and the earth exploded. The sand exploded and the lightning exploded. The sky was filled with electric currents, and the ground was covered with yellow sand in front of the audience. The defense shield that was activated by more than 10 Star Warriors at the same time was emitting muffled thumping sounds and shaking sounds that could really scare someone to death. The live audience and commentators were probably regretting coming to watch the match. It was too King exciting. The contestants were fighting with their lives on the field, and the audience didn't have to do anything. As long as they sat in the audience, they would be risking their lives. The lineup of ancient Egypt was 1 shield, 2 spellcasters, and 1 support. The lineup of the North Road Kingdom was the standard 1 shield, 1 agility, 1 spellcaster, and 1 support. In the end, the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, who were fighting on their home ground, were promoted to the Pharaoh King and won the competition. The output and control of the 2 rules awakened by ancient Egypt were completely displayed in front of everyone. They also told everyone what the core position of the rules awakened was. The final would be between the Chinese team and the ancient Egypt team. The group of North Road Kingdom's gods that had been praised by the European fans were finally eliminated from the final round and had to compete with the Jacob Assassins for the 3rd and 4th place. After the results of the rematch of the individual competition were finally out, Jiang Shao also received the list of matchups for the 8th round. When the second group on the big screen finished drawing lots, Ho Mingming clenched his fists tightly when he saw the red star flag on the paper in the old man's hand. Round 8 of the individual competition of the World Cup. Neon Saito Nobuyuki vs. China Jiang Xiaopi. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 603. After the lots were drawn, Jiang Shao, led by the 2 analysts, dug out all the information about Saito Shinoyuki from a thick stack of documents in the morning. The battle tomorrow would be very interesting. Western European Civil War. Willpower vs. Lancy Northern European Civil War. Iceland vs. North Asia Civil War. China versus Japan. Jiang Shao flipped open the information and saw Saito Shinoyuki's menacing gaze again. Jiang Shao carefully studied his detailed information. After all, he had already studied his star techniques thoroughly and memorized them thoroughly. Jiang Shao suddenly asked, in other words, he only left China when he was 15 years old? One of the analysts nodded and said, yes, due to family reasons. He followed his parents to Japan in his 3rd year of junior high. I didn't expect him to awaken a star map during the graduation ceremony. Jiang Shao nodded thoughtfully and said, he grew up in Jiangqing City, Hubei Province. If I were to argue with him on the battlefield, would he speak in a Hubei Province dialect? Fang Xingyun had a peculiar expression and chided, what are you focusing on? Jiang Shao grinned and said, I've almost analyzed his star techniques, combat characteristics and combat habits. Let's analyze this person. What's his personality like? The analyst said, he's very cheerful, at least when he was in China. He can get along well with his classmates. At that time, he was studying in the high school affiliated to the University of Rivertown. During the 1st and 2nd year of junior high, he would often sneak into the University of Rivertown with his classmates in March and April to see the famous Cherry Blossom Avenue. There are still many photos of him and his classmates on his social media account. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, so, he transferred to another school and couldn't see it anymore. Hence, he learned the Cherry Blossom domain star technique? He made himself blossom? Fang Xingyun smiled and said, there are many cherry blossoms in Japan too, but that type of star technique is very powerful. The analyst finally brought the topic back and said, judging from his star techniques, your rain of tears might lose its effect on him. He's very fast, and his Tang sword technique is extremely powerful. Jiang Shao smirked and his smile made Fang Xingyun feel a sense of relief. Jiang Shao said, I like people who are more technical. It's all about talent and hard work. If I were to be like Juliet or the King of Sea Burial, I would feel terrible. Since the venue of the competition was in Edo City, Jiang Shao did not have to travel. At about 9 p.m. that night, Jiang Shao heard someone knocking on the door again. Jiang Shao originally thought that it would be Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun, but unexpectedly, when he opened the door, it was actually Sister P. At this critical juncture, no one would normally come and disturb the contestants' rest. What did she want to say? Jiang Shao moved away and Ho Mingming strode in, walked to the sofa in the living room, and sat down. Jiang Shao tidied up his short-sleeved shirt and pants. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with them, he asked, what's the matter? You even called me an egg yolk pie? Ho Mingming looked up at Jiang Shao and said, don't underestimate him. His swordsmanship is stronger than you think. Jiang Shao nodded matter-of-factly. Back then, Jiang Shao had asked Zhao Wenlong for relevant information about George Starr. Now, Ho Mingming had come uninvited to share her experience. Ho Mingming continued, that cherry blossom domain is both real and fake. Every cherry blossom is formed from stellar power, but the distribution of stellar power in the petals isn't uniform. If you can sense the density of the petals, you'll be able to get a rough idea of where he's most active. Jiang Shao nodded silently. Ho Mingming continued, you must use star power to protect your giant sword. The petals that are thrown out by the sword are very explosive. Jiang Shao nodded again and stood at the coffee table, looking down at Ho Mingming, who was deep in thought. He suddenly felt that she was a little adorable. Most of what she said had already been said by the analyst. She just wanted to tell Jiang Shao the information that she thought was the most useful. She hoped that Jiang Shao would succeed and not make the same mistake as her. Ho Mingming pondered for a while and continued, every time he moves at top speed, he can't help but raise his right eyebrow. Okay. Jiang Shao listened to her instructions quietly. Behind her words, Jiang Shao could hear Ho Mingming's regret and self-blame. It seemed that she had been studying Saito Shinoyuki more than once these days. Such behavior was a good thing for Homingming. She had really grown up after being able to put her own failures in perspective. That might be the true meaning of the Star Warriors World Cup. The proud sons and daughters of the heavens would always recognize themselves and recognize reality here. July 7, 2017, sunny. Japan, National Stadium, Edo City. Jiang Xiao and Saito Shinoyuki were in the second group and were scheduled to compete in the second match of the day. The match would start at around 10 a.m. Although it was 8 a.m., the stadium was already a sea of red and blue. The citizens of the two countries did not give the spectators from other countries a chance to watch the battle. In the stadium that could accommodate 50,000 people, the west side was red, while the east side was dark blue. With the center line as the dividing line, the two sides were so clearly separated that it made people click their tongues in wonder. Only the spectators on both sides of the center line were mixed with the people from various countries. Instead, it was more like a dividing line. The Chinese had indeed put in a lot of effort. In the previous match against the Kimchi Nation, only a few Chinese people appeared on the television as Jiang Xiaolong waved his flag. That scene made everyone feel upset. In this match, the people used all sorts of methods to obtain the precious live tickets so that their children would no longer be bullied. Even if this is the opponent's home ground, we'll still snatch half of the venue. It was noisy outside. Jiang Xiao sat in the players' locker room and looked up at the television. There were no other competitions for the players from other countries, so the results of the competition would not affect Jiang Xiao too much. Besides, there was enough time for Jiang Xiao to understand his next opponent in advance. The first group of matches would start at 8 a.m. and be held in Chiu City, Pickle Nation. It would be the captain of the North Road Kingdom, Ash, against Queen Helen of Iceland, who was also from Northern Europe. It would be a Rules Awakened versus a melee fighter. Northway Ash was the only remaining Rules Awakened. Jiang Xiao had been watching the television with a frown for a long time. The two Nordic gods were both very irritable. Wherever Helen passed by, there would be ice flowers blooming. The crystal-clear ice flowers looked extremely beautiful under the sunlight. Beautiful things were dangerous. Jiang Xiao knew that the ice flowers that bloomed could explode instantly. Hundreds of ice thorns would be shot into one's body, and one wouldn't find it beautiful anymore. Northway Ash held Mjolnir in one hand and really imitated Thor. Bursts of electric currents filled the air and shattered the ice flowers that bloomed all over the ground. Ash had already transformed the inside of the cage into his home ground. The sky was filled with electric currents that appeared quietly from time to time, like small curved snakes. On the other hand, Helen, who was a melee fighter, turned the green grass into frost wherever her figure passed. Sometimes, she could even hide her figure in the thin layer of ice. It was amazing. The opening of the competition was considered normal. After Helen went through a lot of hardships and finally got close to Ash, an ice mirror was erected. The tug-of-war between the two lasted for almost 3 minutes. Helen tried everything she could to erect 3 ice mirrors. Northway Ash obviously knew what the other party was up to. She was determined to not let her formation succeed. These 3 minutes were like 3 minutes of hell and the most bloody 3-minute. The battle between the two parties, from the physical to the spiritual, made everyone dumbfounded. The competition entered the 17th minute. Helen gritted her teeth. Her blonde hair was messy and even a little burnt. In the end, she still erected 3 ice mirrors. This action was equivalent to stepping on Ash's face and announcing a fact: "You can die now." Very quickly, the figures in the 3 mirrors overlapped and quickly became 6 mirrors, then 12. When the countdown reached 2 minutes, an ice mirror hut quietly appeared. Helen, who was agile, fast, and elusive, even used her actions to stop Ash from casting spells. After 17 to 18 minutes of fierce battle, the Ice Queen who had finally succeeded could finally taste the taste of victory. However, Ash was really irritable and fierce. when he was killed by the figures shuttling through the ice mirror house so quickly that he had nowhere to run and could not resist, he did not choose to surrender, nor did he allow this battle of attrition to continue. Blood flowed freely from his body. In a daze, he lay prone on the grassland that was shrouded in icy air. His mouth bit the frozen green grass. In front of his chest, the armor made of thunder and lightning suddenly shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, the Queen Helen from the mirror arrived. Rumble, oh my God! Jiang Shao could not help but exclaim in shock. On the television screen, it could be said to be a mess. Explode, explode, completely explode. This level of explosion was not inferior to the George Star back then. Jiang Shao could not help but swallow his saliva. Each was more explosive than the last. Each was more ferocious than the last. At this point, everyone's strength was infinitely close. If they wanted to win, no one could hold back. The first match of the competition for the top 6 began with a tragedy, sending a message to the world that not every match would have a winner. People like the Star Warriors, they were really competing with their lives. Since the start of the World Cup, there had been many deaths, but this time, it was undoubtedly the one that touched Jiang Shao the most. What was the significance of the Star Warriors World Cup? From a personal point of view, achieving a ranking and obtaining honor was, of course, beneficial to personal development. From a national point of view, there was no doubt that the contestants were demonstrating the strength of the Star Warriors of their own countries in every round of the competition. Did this contestant from the North Road Kingdom really have to be so unyielding? He had already done very well. Was it so difficult to admit defeat? Even if he had to die, he wouldn't want to lose? Ash was obviously different from the crazy George. Was he just being rash? Or was he defending something? Or was he trying to send a message to the world? Was it all worth it? Chapter 604. It was midnight. At 9:30 am, both teams entered the arena to warm up. The atmosphere in the National Stadium of Edo gradually heated up, and everyone was in high spirits. The first match that ended an hour ago stirred everyone's hearts. In the end, both the North Road God and the Ice Nation Queen died in battle. To some ordinary people, the Star Warriors World Cup was more like a game, but to the Star Warriors who fought hard in the arena, it was a life-and-death battle. It was not that there had never been deaths in the World Cup. There had been deaths over the years, but most of those deaths had occurred in the first few rounds. There had only been one death in the final rounds, and that was back in the 1990s. The North Road Kingdom and the Ice Nation Kingdom were also in a state of mourning. As for the final 6, no, they should be called the top 4 now, and their rankings might be higher. As for the 7th to 11th place, there would not be any improvement. Although the Star Warriors of the North Road Kingdom and the Ice Nation Kingdom were dead, they should be tied for 5th place. Because the worst result of this round was 6th place. Jean Pingchong did not make it into the top 10 in the end, and was ranked 11. That outcome really infuriated Ho Mingming, who was ranked 12th. She could have killed him with a slap, but he was stepping on her head now. Every time she saw the ranking list announced on the screen, Ho Mingming would feel infuriated. Even if there was one person between them? Even if there was someone in the 11th place? She would still be stepping on him, but at least it would not be as direct, of course, if one did not look at the problem from a narrow-minded perspective. The deaths of the 2 world-class Star Warriors from the North Road Kingdom and the Ice Nation Kingdom would be a loss to the entire world. Ever since human society had progressed to a certain level, it had been difficult for a world-level war to break out. No one was willing to perish together. However, there were constant small conflicts between countries, and some areas had never been peaceful. However, that was only a war at the human level. Due to the opening of the dimensional spaces in this world, there were beasts and star power surging. The enemies of humans were not only their own kind, but also the terrifying and mysterious dimensional spaces and the creatures that were born behind them. Until today, there was still very little exploration of the upper dimensions by human society, and no one knew the principles behind it. Countless predecessors had explored and searched for answers, but most of them were never heard from, and their whereabouts were unknown. Even those who returned without accomplishing anything were few and far between. The question now was, were the Earthlings organizing the Star Warriors World Cup just to show off their strength and send a message to their own kind and other countries? What kind of creatures existed in the upper dimensions? Why did countless dimensional spaces bloom on Earth? Were there intelligent creatures of a higher level doing and observing something in the dark? Was the Star Warrior World Cup held for a certain type of people? In fact, could the person who promoted the Star Warriors World Cup be a high-level intelligent creature? Jiang Xiao did not know any of this. He had only been here for 2 years. His level was not high enough, so he did not have access to more information. He just wanted to do well in the competition before him. As for the future, Jiang Xiao was not worried about anything. Jiang Xiao believed that according to his current growth rate, the future would always come. At this stage, the World Cup was almost the biggest stage for Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was rather certain that as long as he took things one step at a time and did what he was supposed to do at each stage, he would only get bigger and bigger. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao turned to look at his opponent, who was another strong opponent on his way to winning the championship. Saito Shinji, also known as Gu Shinji, was dressed in a blue national team uniform and had short, black hair. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's and he was 188 meters tall. He should be considered outstanding in his country. However, putting aside his nationality, his height was nothing to the Star Warriors. There was no doubt that the magical star power was changing the human body. Height and body length were obvious talents. After going through layers of selection, those who made it to the final circle were all God's favored ones. Good physical conditions were the standard for almost all of them. Jiang Xiao, who was still growing, was already 182 centimeters tall, but he was the shortest among the top 4. He was even shorter than Lanshi. Among the 4 of them, the one with the best physical conditions was, of course, the big shield from the Republic of Will. Sensing Jiang Xiao's gaze, Saito Shinji looked over too. He was expressionless and his gaze was extremely sharp, reminding Jiang Xiao of second last. Jiang Xiao had seen many outstanding Star Warriors, but he had only seen Gu Shinji's gaze in second last's eyes. Wu Yao, Han Jiangxue, and the others could also be very sharp, but the so-called sharpness was more likely to stop at victory or defeat. Second last, on the other hand, didn't care about victory or defeat and simply focused on life and death. Jiang Xiao stared at Saito Shinji with an intense gaze and thought, "So, you're also a warrior, right? You've also participated in countless life and death battles and even experienced one war after another?" Jiang Xiao refused to believe that a Star Warrior student could have such a gaze. Jiang Xiao could tell the difference between being tough on the outside and being timid on the inside. No matter how high Saito Shinji stood, he wouldn't be able to have such an aura if he wasn't a student and didn't have the corresponding experience. Jiang Xiao had observed it himself, but it wasn't reflected in Saito Shinji's information. Jiang Xiao licked his lips and felt a little excited. If you were a soldier who had gone through real battles, then today's battle would be very, very interesting. Saito Shinji was slightly stunned. Of course, he had encountered many opponents. Some of his opponents would stare back at him, some would remain silent, and some would avoid looking him in the eye. When Saito Shinji saw Jiang Xiao's expression, his heart froze. He knew that Jiang Xiao was definitely not a lunatic or a battle maniac. Hence, Jiang Xiao's expression, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded. At 9:55 a.m., the contestants from both sides entered the arena. Carrying the giant sword, Jiang Shao strode into the cage. He stood in the second seat on the west side of the arena. In Jiang Zhao's line of sight, Saito Shinji was on the opposite side of the arena, while the audience behind him was a sea of blue. Similarly, in Saito Shinji's eyes, Jiang Zhao's figure seemed rather insignificant. Behind Jiang Shao was the crimson sea that was connected to the sky. A huge piece of red cloth was tossing and turning in the audience's seat. Saito Shinji's sharp gaze suddenly changed. As he looked at the red waves and listened to the familiar language of his hometown, Saito Shinji's eyes dimmed, and he even looked a little desolate. Jiang Shao believed that Saito Shinji was a strong warrior for him to be able to make it this far. At the very least, he wouldn't show such emotions here. Only when his heart was truly touched would he be unable to control himself. Jiang Shao shouted in Mandarin, "Gu Shinji?" Saito Shinji pursed his lips and didn't respond. In the arena, the support teams from both sides were shouting loudly. Their slogans were even in sync. It was impossible to hear what the two people on the arena were saying. This led to a special situation. The two people on the arena could almost hear each other's words clearly. Through the microphones, the audience watching from their televisions and computers could also hear their trash talk. Jiang Shao continued to speak in Mandarin. "Can you understand it?" Saito Shinji nodded. Jiang Shao asked, "Have you been back before?" Saito Shinji hesitated for a moment before shaking his head gently. Jiang Shao smirked and said, "I heard from your middle school classmates that you're a cheerful person. Why are you nervous? If you've experienced a real war, why would you be nervous about such a small scene?" Jiang Shao finally revealed his fox's tail. He was asking if Saito Shinji had really experienced a war before. If the answer was yes, the battle would be very comfortable. Saito Shinji held the sword in his right hand and held it horizontally in front of him. He gently stroked it with his left hand and lowered his head in silence. A 15 or 16-year-old child had left his hometown, friends, and family, and suddenly barged into a foreign country. The language barrier, living habits, and other issues would indeed have a huge impact on one's growth. As for whether it was good or bad, that was another question. Since he was already standing here, Jiang Shao definitely wouldn't be stingy with using any means to attack his enemy. Jiang Shao said, "I saw your social media accounts and the photos of you and your companions sneaking into Rivertown University and taking them on Cherry Blossom Avenue. It's very romantic under the cherry blossom tree." Saito Shinji frowned slightly. He didn't look up, but he did raise his eyes to look at Jiang Shao. A piercingly cold aura was emitted, as if he had already locked onto his prey. However, Jiang Shao was unmoved. He smiled and asked, "Is she all right? Is there any contact?" Saito Shinji said, "Shut up." Jiang Shao grinned. "You can talk, huh?" Saito Shinji pointed his sword at Jiang Shao from afar and said, "I thought we'd stop here." Jiang Shao smiled in disdain. "Stop fooling around." Saito Shinji used his words and actions to prove it. "Just like how I treat Fan Ren of the Daihatsu Star Warrior, and how I treat your schoolmate, Ho Mingming." Jiang Shao nodded, but then shook his head and said, "Don't stop here. There are only two outcomes for me in this battle." Saito Shinji looked at Jiang Shao quietly. Jiang Shao rubbed the back of his head and said jokingly, "Either you win or you die." Saito Shinji raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the sea of red behind Jiang Shao. He remained silent for a while, then held his sword with both hands and stood in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "As you wish." Jiang Shao bent down and dragged the giant sword to the right side of his body. "I couldn't ask for more." Beep beep. Begin. Swoosh, cherry blossoms danced in the air. Bang. A green glow flashed. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 605. I'm adding an update to the old memories. There's one more update at 8 a.m. requesting monthly votes for support. I'll go, I'll go, I'll go, Maku exclaimed in shock as he looked at the scene in disbelief. The match had just begun, and the cherry blossoms hadn't even fallen yet. Saito Nobuyuki had already drawn a line of cherry blossoms with the wind and rain. It was difficult for people to see his movements clearly, but the trajectory of the falling cherry blossoms revealed his trajectory. Jiang Shao straightened his giant sword, and green glow appeared on the blade, causing Saito Nobuyuki to be blasted away. Jiang Shao raised his left hand and threw a shot of sound of silence. Saito Nobuyuki, who was flying backward rapidly, suddenly flashed and appeared on the ground like a ghost. It was also at this moment that cherry blossoms began to fall from the sky in this huge green field and within this iron cage. Not only could he dodge the blessing, but he could also dodge the large-scale sound of silence. Saito Nobuyuki's figure disappeared again, but Jiang Shao threw the sound of silence at his feet. Okay. Cough cough. Both of them made strange guttural sounds, which was the aftereffect of being smashed by sound of silence. In this domain of silence, the Tang saber and the giant blade intertwined, creating a scene of saber light and sword shadows, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Is this a live lesson? Saito Nobuyuki's movements were extremely fast. Even without the support of the Sakura domain, he still had an absolute advantage in terms of speed. Jiang Shao stood firmly on the spot, and his giant sword moved horizontally or vertically as he blocked the attacks from the front and back. He actually managed to resist Saito Nobuyuki's continuous attack. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of weapons colliding was rather crisp, and sparks could even be seen occasionally. In the short 10 seconds of sound of silence, Saito Nobuyuki's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Under the attack of the Tangdao from all directions, Jiang Shao seemed to have entered the snowfield state. His eyes were lifeless and had lost their luster. There was no longer any emotion in them, and his expression had also become lifeless. There were nearly 50,000 people in the stadium, and the cheers were getting louder and louder. The intense hand-to-hand combat made everyone excited and excited. To the bewilderment of the Star Warriors, the two of them seemed to have forgotten that they had star techniques and were still competing on the west side of the arena. In a small hall of a hotel in Edo City, Ho Mingming clenched her fists tightly as she watched the two of them exchange blows on the screen. This was the root of her failure. She was unable to stop Saito Nobuyuki from getting close to her. In fact, she was unable to even survive the torrential barrage of attacks. Therefore, she could only leave her fate to the bombardment of arrows. Jiang Shao used his actions to prove that he was different from her. Even if he did not use any star techniques and his physique was worse than hers, his defense was still impenetrable. In fact, when he suddenly took a step back and gently raised his elbow, Saito Nobuyuki was forced to take a few steps back while the blood in his chest surged. Finally, Saito Nobuyuki changed his fighting style. His body flashed, and a path of cherry blossoms appeared once again. The petals scattered down the path, and he returned to the eastern half of the arena where he had been at the beginning of the battle. The 30 seconds of close combat made people feel intoxicated. It was as if only 10 seconds had passed. Time actually passed so quickly. Jiang Shao held the giant sword in his hand and looked at Saito Nobuyuki from afar before shaking his head gently. Saito Nobuyuki looked furious. Ever since the trash talk segment began, Saito Nobuyuki's emotions had been unstable. The red waves behind Jiang Shao had cracked open his tough shell, and Jiang Zhao's subsequent trash talk had also stirred up Saito Nobuyuki's emotions. Now, Jiang Zhao's silent shake of his head was so detestable and provocative. Immediately after, Saito Nobuyuki's figure flashed again. Jiang Shao threw another shot of sound of silence, but, judging from the path of the falling cherry blossoms, Saito Nobuyuki had turned back. Jiang Shao narrowed his eyes slightly and retreated hurriedly. Saito Nobuyuki waved the tang sword in his hand repeatedly, and cherry blossoms suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Shao one after another before exploding. Huh! Jiang Shao stopped retreating for a moment and stomped his feet. He placed his left hand in front of his face and leaped backward, almost in a lying position. Behind him, the cherry blossoms that appeared quietly exploded, blasting him out of the domain of sound of silence. At the next moment, there was a flash of sword light. He arrived first and the flowers fell later. The moment Jiang Shao left the domain of sound of silence, his body suddenly disappeared and he stood at the top of the cage. Humph! Saito Nobuyuki's sword missed and he could not help but snort coldly. Then, he quickly turned around to look for his enemy. Jiang Shao also appeared on his left. Ding! The giant sword collided with the tang sword again, but Saito Nobuyuki's expression changed. He felt that he had expended a lot of energy and lost some of his star power. In front of him, Jiang Shao had already stepped on the halo of nostalgia. Saito Nobuyuki's pupils constricted slightly. He did not face Jiang Zhao's second slash at all and moved away quickly. Jiang Zhao's figure also flashed and he appeared where Saito Nobuyuki was. What happened next was something that no one could accept at all. In the green field filled with cherry blossoms, the two of them appeared and disappeared mysteriously. 1 second ago, they were fighting in the bottom corner of the western half of the field. The next second, they were entangled in the middle. The next second, the battlefield had shifted to the bottom line of the eastern half of the field. When the two of them appeared, there was bound to be 1 to 2 rounds of sword clashes. When the two of them disappeared, everyone was looking for them and secretly guessing where they would appear. The online live broadcast room was already in an uproar. Such a battle was really a feast for the eyes. After all, in the World Cup, there were a few people who could move at high speed, but only one could chase after someone in a flash. What is this? Oh my god, these two are in a fantasy world, but they're fighting with the charm of wuxia. God Pi is chasing after Gu Xing, right? Am I seeing things? Is there anyone who can see clearly who has the upper hand and who is chasing who? Amidst the sea of bullet screen comments, a bullet screen pointed out the crux of the matter. God Pi is going to wear Gu Xing down. On the field, Saito Nobuyuki obviously felt it too. Every time their weapons collided, he would lose some of his stamina and star power. If this continued, he would only be greeted with defeat and death. Hence, Saito Nobuyuki was furious. When the two of them suddenly appeared at the edge of the eastern half of the field, cherry blossoms exploded where they were. Rumble! Jiang Shao instinctively flashed away and stepped on the top of the iron cage that was 10 meters tall again. A layer of cherry blossoms fell from Saito Nobuyuki's body. He was actually unscathed in the violent explosion. Saito Nobuyuki stretched out his hand and a layer of cherry blossoms quietly pieced together and scattered around his body like a pink and white cherry blossom armor. Those delicate petals weren't as fragile as people imagined them to be. Rumble! The cherry blossoms under Jiang Zhao's feet exploded again. Jiang Zhao's body flashed and he appeared directly behind Saito Nobuyuki on the right. He slashed his sword again, but Saito Nobuyuki did not use his weapon to block it. Instead, he seemed to want to exchange blows with Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao tilted his head and the cherry blossom armor was smashed by the giant sword. However, the cherry blossom armor that was slightly further away from Saito Nobuyuki's body did not provide Jiang Shao with any stamina. Instead, it only provided him with a small amount of star power. It was a defensive star technique. Jiang Shao nodded in his heart. He was well aware of Saito Nobuyuki's star technique, so he wasn't surprised. However, Saito Nobuyuki had indeed found a way to deal with it so quickly. Jiang Shao dodged Saito Nobuyuki's blade that was aimed at Jiang Zhao's left eye, but the cold blade brushed past Jiang Zhao's temple. Saito Nobuyuki turned his wrist and slashed with his tang sword. At the same time, the cherry blossoms on Jiang Zhao's left side exploded again. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flashed again. The overwhelming and frightening battle finally came to a halt. Jiang Zhao seemed to have gained the upper hand in the second stage of the battle. Saito Nobuyuki stood in the arena and looked up at Jiang Zhao, who was standing on top of the cage. He then waved his Tang sword again. Rumble! The sound of an explosion was accompanied by the sound of thunder. At some point in time, the sky had already been covered with dark clouds. Saito Nobuyuki's expression changed, and he raised his left hand, after which a set of cherry blossom armor appeared again. This time, it did not just cover his chest. Instead, it covered his entire body from head to toe, forming a complete set of cherry blossom armor. Jiang Zhao, who appeared at the bottom corner of the west side, said with reddened eyes, "I hate this star technique." The cherry blossom armor appeared on Saito Nobuyuki's body, and his figure became much larger, like a 2.5-meter tall giant. The sharp Tang sword in his hand was also entangled by the cherry blossoms and turned into a huge cherry blossom blade. Saito Nobuyuki said, "It doesn't work on me." Ring pressing bell in front of his chest, Jiang Zhao stared at Saito Nobuyuki from afar, but he did not move at all. The tears of sorrow drizzled on the opponent's huge cherry blossom armor. Although it could not hurt the person inside, under the guidance of nostalgia, the tears of sorrow still continuously transmitted the star power of the cherry blossom armor to Jiang Zhao. After Saito Nobuyuki said that, he felt that something was amiss. At the end of the day, Jiang Zhao was not a melee fighter but a medical support. The star techniques of Star Warriors included medical support, endurance support, and weakening support. Saito Nobuyuki gritted his teeth and hollered, after which the cherry blossoms floating around Jiang Zhao exploded again. Whoosh! Jiang Zhao's figure flashed, and he stood on top of the cage again. He pressed bell in front of his chest, and the drizzling rain turned into a torrential downpour. In the cage, the cherry blossoms that were originally floating gently in the air were smashed onto the green grass by the heavy rain. Jiang Zhao lowered his head and looked at the huge cherry blossom armored samurai through the cage. Under the rain of tears, Jiang Zhao was in a bad mood and his voice was a little gloomy. "I don't need to stop." Chapter 606. The cherry blossoms around Jiang Zhao fell from the heavy rain. The cherry blossoms on the ground could explode, but the drifting cherry blossoms around Jiang Zhao had already been washed away by the heavy rain. "Ah!" The huge Sakura samurai roared, and the Tang sword in its hand, which was made of cherry blossoms, lit up with a dazzling light. Its huge figure shuttled rapidly, and a path of cherry blossoms appeared, sending it straight into the sky. Jiang Zhao held the huge sword, which was covered in a green glow, and slashed down viciously. "Fight! Fight! I'm afraid you won't fight!" Bang! The huge Sakura Tang sword and the huge steel sword collided heavily, separated by the metal cage. A portion of vitality and star power instantly surged into Jiang Zhao's body. However, the huge Sakura Tang sword also shone with a dazzling light. The sound of the explosion was deafening, flames soared into the sky, and airwaves spread everywhere. Jiang Zhao was directly blasted into the sky. His body spun rapidly, and he even felt the blood in his body churning. His internal organs were shaken to the point that they shifted positions. Luckily, he didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. And under the green glow, the huge Sakura samurai's body was directly sent flying diagonally. Like a cannonball, it was directly blasted into the ground. The cherry blossoms scattered and a deep pit appeared in front of everyone. And in the deep pit, the huge Sakura samurai's armor was shattered. The humanoid, giant armor seemed to be lifeless. In an instant, the stadium, which had a capacity of close to 50,000 people, actually quietened down. One was in the sky, the other was in the ground. The armor was shattered and the huge sword was shattered. Jiang Shao, who was still flying upwards, flashed in the air and adjusted his position. He shook his slightly muddle-headed head and pressed Bell on his chest. The huge sword in his hand was only left with the handle. Jiang Shao had already protected the huge sword very well and used a large amount of star power to cover the blade, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being blasted into pieces. His clothes were also tattered, and he looked extremely miserable. At the same time, water from the tears of sorrow gradually gathered in the huge pit below the ground. A hand suddenly reached out from the edge of the pit and dug into the soil. Then, a young man with torn clothes and a mouthful of blood crawled out. This time, there was no Sakura armor. This time, the torrential rain just poured on him. Xiaopi! Xiaopi, be careful! Everyone's focus was different. Some of them were looking at Saito Nobuyuki, while others were looking at Jiang Shao, who was falling from the sky. Yi Xuanyang clasped her hands together in front of her and shouted in shock. The camera turned at the right time and moved to the small figure in the sky far away. As the camera zoomed in, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Jiang Shao seemed to have suffered quite a bit from the explosion. He had already adjusted his position with blink and got rid of the rotation and inertia. However, at this moment, Jiang Zhao's head was facing downwards and he was falling vertically. Wake up! Jiang Xiaopi! Wake up! Flash! Jiang Xiaopi! Jiang Xiaopi! The crimson ocean on the west side of the field suddenly erupted with a loud commotion. Jiang Xiaopi's name was being chanted loudly. Jiang Shao panted heavily and pressed Bell against his chest again. Feeling the intense weightlessness with a calm mind, Jiang Shao, who was falling freely, turned around and looked at the stadium below. In the tear field, Jiang Shao also sensed the young man who was kneeling on the ground and struggling to get up. There was not much star power left in Saito Nobuyuki's body, and he seemed to be struggling. Not only was he injured, but his vitality was also rapidly fading away. The most fatal thing was probably his own emotions. In the heavy rain, Saito Nobuyuki probably had no more strength to fight. His attempt to stand up seemed to be futile. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and descended vertically, allowing the strong wind to whistle past his ears. He could feel Saito Nobuyuki's slight and trembling movements. Since we're opponents, there's no need to stop. Young man, are you kidding me? Amidst the loud commotion, Jiang Zhao's figure flashed and he landed steadily beside Saito Nobuyuki. What should we do? Will he be killed? Is he going to lose? Waves of exclamations came from the sea of blue spectator seat. They seemed to have predicted what was about to happen. Saito Nobuyuki didn't resist at all. He didn't seem to have expected danger to befall him. As Jiang Shao bent down, danger indeed befell him. Saito Nobuyuki, whose mood plummeted and his mind was in a mess, half knelt on the ground and tried to stand up. However, he suddenly felt a hand patting his back. Saito Nobuyuki was dumbfounded. In the heavy rain, he felt the person beside him squatting down and pressing his shoulder instead of his back. All of a sudden, the crowd fell silent again. No one knew what Jiang Shao was going to do. Why did he do that? In front of everyone, Jiang Shao squatted down and moved his head close to Saito Nobuyuki's ear, seemingly whispering something. Saito Nobuyuki's breathing was short and rapid. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded in his ear with a hint of mockery. Your playmates have all fulfilled their promises and entered the University of Rivertown. Ever since you left, the cherry blossoms in my hometown have been blooming every year. However, it was this ridiculing remark that completely froze the chaotic scenes in Saito Shinji's mind into a single scene. Jiang Shao stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and murmured softly, "Go home, Gu Shinji." All of a sudden, Gu Shinji felt a lump in his throat and tears welled up in his eyes. The rain gradually stopped and Jiang Shao frowned slightly. He lowered his head to look at Gu Shinji, who was trembling and sobbing. During the World Cup, Jiang Shao had used the star technique sorrowful tears many times, but each time, he would encounter intense resistance. There was finally a player who was behaving normally. That was the state he should be in when he was feeling down. Jiang Shao believed that Gu Xinji was definitely a strong warrior. However, he was also the one who knelt on the ground under the effects of sorrowful tears. He was sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Xinji's clothes were tattered and he was drenched all over. He covered his face with both hands while crystalline tears mixed with the rainwater flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. It was unknown if there were more rainwater or more tears. His sobbing voice made everyone's hearts ache. "I miss home, I can't go home, huh?" Jiang Shao frowned and thought, his emotions are probably real. "Ha!" Gu Xinji suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head and gazed at the dusky sky while 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. His sorrowful and helpless appearance caused others to be unable to help but feel sad in their hearts. As Gu Xinji raised his head to look at the sky, everyone finally saw his expression clearly, and gasps of astonishment could be heard. What happened?" Ma Ku asked while staring at the face on the screen in a daze. Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth with one hand while her lips trembled slightly. She was in a dilemma. Although the young man was their opponent and he was a foreign player in name, everyone was well aware of Gu Xinji's background. Regardless of nationality or skin color, just the sight of such a young man who was crying with his head raised in grief would make anyone feel pity for him. Jiang Shao hesitated. Gu Xinji's words just now made Jiang Shao feel the urge to stop when the time was right. He didn't need it, but the other party needed it very much. Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before finally raising his right hand. "Since you've clearly stopped when it came to Fanrin and Ho Ho, I shall return the favor." Ring ring ring. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Shao actually threw out Bell on the arena. This was the second time Jiang Shao had healed his opponent in a match. This was clearly an unusual move. The crisp and melodious sound of bell rang continuously as the bouncing medical light shuttled back and forth between the two of them. Gu Xinji slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head, as if he was in the process of calming down. The referee had no reason to blow the whistle before 20 minutes had passed. Jiang Shao had obviously given up the opportunity to kill his opponent just now. As bell flickered, both parties seemed to be fighting, so the referee had no reason to blow the whistle. This match was probably one of the strangest since the start of the World Cup. There was always silence in the stadium, and sometimes, this state would last for a long time. Before the lingering sound of bell dissipated, Jiang Shao stood on the left side of Gu Xinji and, "Watch out!" Jiang Zhao's right fist landed on Gu Xinji's chin amidst the screams of the crowd. Gu Xinji's chin was exposed in front of a boxer like Jiang Shao, and he did not resist at all. Hence, the outcome seemed to have been decided. Under the huge force, Gu Xinji's body fell to the ground and he suffered a heavy blow. His body even slid a meter away on the wet lawn before coming to a stop. However, Jiang Shao did not stop chasing after him. The purpose of bell was not to heal your injuries, but to stabilize your emotions. However, no matter what you've experienced, I'm going to win this match. Jiang Shao strode forward and leaped up. At the same time, he propped up his elbow and looked at Gu Xinji, who was lying limply on the ground with tears in his eyes. Jiang Shao seemed to have pounced into Gu Xinji's arms. The heavy elbow strike was so ferocious and decisive. Bang! The heavy and ferocious elbow struck Gu Xinji's fragile chin again. Jiang Shao was already a star warrior in the Galaxy stage, and his attributes were at least average. Kacha! Jiang Shao seemed to have heard the sound of bones breaking, and Gu Xinji, who could not resist at all, fainted. Beep beep, beep beep. The referee's voice sounded just in time. China. Victory! Jiang Shao wiped his wet face and slowly stood up. Looking at the unconscious man at his feet, he thought to himself, I'm going to kill him. If you can come back, maybe there's more to our story than this." A team of star warriors quickly stepped forward and hurriedly pushed Jiang Xiao away. They then immediately healed the unconscious Gu Xinji. Jiang Zhao's body swayed a little from the push, and he staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. He raised his right fist high and aimed it at the audience on the west side. He saw a group of cheering figures and the boiling crimson ocean. "I've been reincarnated. I'm still born on that land. It's an honor." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 607. Ma Ke's excited voice could be heard in thousands of households. He shouted, "We won! Jiang Xiaopi won! It's unprecedented! He's the first medical star warrior to enter the finals. He has challenged people's understanding of Star Warriors time and time again with his actions." Yi Xuanyang did not forget about the team competition of the World Cup. She also yelled. Jiang Xiaopi followed in the footsteps of the Xiangnan Military Academy and made it to the final rounds of the individual competition of the World Cup. His skills are at the peak. Although he has few star techniques, they are well matched. There's no need to doubt his willpower and determination. Everything that Jiang Xiaopi has done is definitely not inferior to the 4 soldiers of the Xiangnan Military Academy. At this moment, you must be fantasizing about the same outcome as me, right? Yi Xuanyang's words were indeed a little unexpected. She had always been Jiang Xiaopi's loyal fan. During every live broadcast, she would always try to smooth things over for Jiang Xiaopi and give the audience some psychological support. But this time, Yi Xuanyang seemed to be overly emotional. Under the fluttering flags and listening to the singing of the national anthem by the surrounding crowd, Yi Xuanyang spoke of her expectations for the final battle of the World Cup team competition and the individual competition. "Unbelievable, it's simply unbelievable. We actually made it to the finals," Ma Ke exclaimed agitatedly. "Jiang Xiaopi's opponent will be the winner of the European Shield and the Flower of Lanqi." The host kept broadcasting. In the grassy field, reporter Yang Yang ran up quickly. "Xiaopi, congratulations! You've made it to the finals. You're the first medical star warrior to make it to the finals." Yang Yang and the cameraman rushed over, but they paused halfway through their sentence. Yang Yang discovered Jiang Xiaopi's abnormality. Yang Yang was a reporter who followed Jiang Xiaopi around. Of course, he knew about Jiang Xiaopi's various star techniques. He reckoned that no one would be in a good mood after seeing the star technique of Rain of Tears. Yang Yang slowed down and asked, "Contestant Jiang Xiaopi, can you accept the interview now? We can give you some time, or we can leave the interview in the locker room." "Thank you." Jiang Xiaopi grinned, looking a little forced. "You'd better ask now. I'll slip away in a while. It's noon, it's time for lunch." Yang Yang was speechless. This answer was very down to earth. It could be seen that Jiang Xiao was also using this method to comfort everyone who was watching him and to show that he was fine. Fang Xingyun walked over with a national team uniform. Her face was filled with excitement and her heart was filled with pride. However, at the same time, Fang Xingyun was also a little worried about Jiang Zhao's emotions. This was rare. She did not come here to restrict Jiang Xiao from answering her questions. Instead, she was here to carefully observe Jiang Zhao's mental state. Jiang Zhao's response had undoubtedly made Fang Xingyun feel reassured. Fang Xingyun draped the jacket over Jiang Zhao's body. Jiang Zhao's entire body was drenched, and there were droplets of water sliding down his forehead. Fang Xingyun did not know whether it was sweat or rainwater. She reached out to wipe the water droplets off his forehead. She thought to herself, "I'll buy it for you, great hero. Whatever you want to eat, teacher will buy it for you." While thinking, Fang Xingyun retreated to the back of the camera. Jiang Xiao smiled at Fang Xingyun gratefully. During the competition just now, The final blow of the giant cherry blossom blade had shattered the steel blade that was protected by layers of star power. Although the target of the attack was not Jiang Shao himself, Jiang Zhao's clothes were inevitably affected by the surging waves of air. Jiang Zhao's shirt was tattered and his chest was even vaguely revealed. The t-shirt he was wearing seemed to have revealed the number 2 and 9. However, the calligraphy was very large, and it was impossible to tell that it was the complete number 29. Yang Yang asked, "Was winning this competition part of your plan? Was making it to the finals also part of your plan?" Jiang Shao nodded and then shook his head. Seeing that Jiang Shao did not speak for a long time, Yang Yang finally realized that he had already answered the two questions. He hurriedly continued, "I think many people have doubts. At the last moment, what did you say to Gu Saitu Shinsuke?" Jiang Shao remained silent for a while before saying, "I asked him which restaurant has the most authentic hot, dry noodles." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao grinned at the camera and seemed to have recovered a lot. He chuckled and said, "After the competition, it's considered my summer vacation. I'm going to Jiangqing to have some fun." Yang Yang had a strange expression on his face and said, "Then, he cried?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Maybe. He's also a foodie. Fighting consumes a lot of energy. There will always be times when humans cry when they're hungry." Yang Yang was dumbfounded. There's something to this answer. I almost believed it. Jiang Shao did not wait for Yang Yang to speak and said, "One last question. I'm in a hurry to wash up. My body is all wet and it's too uncomfortable." Yang Yang hurriedly asked, "Are you confident about the upcoming final competition?" Jiang Shao replied without hesitation, "I'll give it my all." After saying that, Jiang Shao walked away and waved at Yang Yang. "Let's talk later." "Talk later? Go to hell." Yang Yang had no choice but to watch helplessly as Jiang Zhao's profile picture turned gray and he went offline, under Fang Xingyun's escort. Jiang Shao and Fang Xingyun passed by the substitutes bench and several members of the coaching team stepped forward to pat Jiang Shao on the shoulder, congratulate him, and encourage him. Jiang Shao responded to them one by one and they strode towards the players' tunnel. When they passed by the spectator stands on both sides of the players' tunnel, the noises from the stands on both sides became louder. The spectators swarmed to the railings and shouted loudly. Amidst the shouts, a familiar voice sounded, which sounded especially recognizable to Jiang Shao. "Xiaopi! Xiaopi!" Jiang Shao stopped and looked up, only to see that Xia Yan's face was smeared with paint. She was jumping up and down agitatedly, and her upper body was still leaning out of the railings, making him worry that she would fall. Although there might be some hidden talents in the audience, and there might be some star warriors, most of them were ordinary people, after all. With Xia Yan's physique, it was relatively easy for her to squeeze into that position. Seeing that Jiang Shao had stopped, Xia Yan and the rest of the spectators became even more enthusiastic. Jiang Shao looked at her in horror and thought, "Husky, don't lean down. You're really going to fall." Jiang Shao hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to catch her. Xia Yan seemed to have misunderstood him and thought that he was going to catch her. She froze for a short second before closing her eyes and ignoring everything else. She really flipped over and got down. "You can come down, but don't fall headfirst." Jiang Shao reacted quickly and grabbed Xia Yan's ankle. Fortunately, he was now the same height as Xia Yan. With his arms raised high, Xia Yan's head wouldn't hit the ground. Jiang Shao was also flustered due to his concern. With Xia Yan's skills, she could easily adjust her body with her hands on the ground. At this moment, Xia Yan, who was falling headfirst, was supporting herself with her hands on the ground. The scene was rather awkward. Jiang Shao hurriedly let go of her ankle, after which she immediately stood up straight. The emotions of the spectators were completely different from Jiang Zhao's. All of them, including Xia Yan, were extremely agitated and excited because Jiang Shao had almost created a miracle. However, Jiang Shao was different. He still had the aftereffects of Rain of Tears. To be exact, it was the emotional product of the combination of tears of sorrow and bell. He was now extremely calm and pessimistic. He should be excited and joyful, but it was impossible for him not to be at the moment. Jiang Shao could feel Xia Yan hugging him and slapping his back vigorously. He grimaced in pain and felt that the atmosphere was getting more and more intense. The spectators on both sides were about to fall. Hence, Jiang Shao simply wrapped his arms around Xia Yan's waist and walked straight into the tunnel. The environment could really affect a person. When the clamor outside the stadium became softer and softer, Xia Yan seemed to have recovered a lot. She struggled to land on the ground and carefully looked at Jiang Zhao's expression. "What's wrong with you, Xiaopi? I'm so happy. Why aren't you reacting at all?" Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "Tears of sorrow." Xia Yan nodded, seemingly deep in thought. She then turned her beautiful eyes and suddenly leaned towards Jiang Zhao's face, kissing him gently with her cherry lips. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan put her hands behind her back and tilted her head. She looked at Jiang Shao and pursed her lips into a smile. "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at the team of coaches behind him. However, the teachers were all chatting casually. At the very least, they pretended to be chatting casually. No one looked at Jiang Shao. Only Fang Xingyun glared at Xia Yan. Jiang Shao turned around to look at Xia Yan and said, "Almost." Xia Yan's eyes widened and her expression changed abruptly. She elbowed Jiang Shao in the ribs and muttered, "One reward is enough. You're so greedy. The next time you get a reward, it'll be when you win the championship." Jiang Shao gasped in pain and bent over, clutching his ribs with one hand. "You rascal. Okay, I'll give you one more reward. Take it as a reward for Shueshue." Xia Yan pursed her lips and hugged Jiang Zhao's head with both hands. She then smacked his forehead forcefully and even made a sound. Mua. In the end, Jiang Shao used his forehead to push Xia Yan away. While walking towards the locker room, he said angrily, "I should have made you fall to the ground. Dream on. With my skills, how can I fall?" Xia Yan chuckled and swiped her finger across her face, after which she wiped it on Jiang Zhao's forehead. She then changed the topic. "What do you want to eat? Let's go for a barbecue?" Jiang Shao immediately put aside their differences and wiped his forehead. "Sure." The team of coaches at the back was speechless. Fang Xingyun looked at the two kids who were fighting and saw that Jiang Zhao's emotions were gradually recovering. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There were many ways to heal one's body and mind. Xia Yan's method, well, it was very peculiar. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 608. According to incomplete statistics, in every battle, there would be a giant blade that would shatter. Please send your donation to the following account. Let's warm this world with love and let every toxic healer who loves to fight be able to use a better giant sword. Bastard. He actually took my goddess Yen away. Sob, I want a hug too. Damn you, Jiang Xiaopi, impressive. You're so proud. You're going to be the champion. If you win, I'll be your fan for life. I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. Goddess Yen, I thought you were at your peak after entering the World Cup, but I didn't expect that to be just the beginning. Jiang Shao ate the barbecued meat while scrolling through his mobile phone. At the side, Xia Yan couldn't help but tap the grill with her chopsticks and say, Hey, just watch it for a while. Why don't I read it out for you? Jiang Shao blinked and recalled the embarrassing scene in the taxi back then. He hurriedly put away his mobile phone. In fact, Jiang Shao had been looking at his Weibo. He could still speak normally in the place where the toxic milk powder gathered. If he were to really scroll through the news, he would definitely receive a lot of compliment. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Zhao's actions and finally picked up a piece of meat while muttering, "The day after tomorrow will be the third and fourth teams of the team competition, as well as the championship. After that competition, Xue and the others should come over to meet us." Jiang Zhao nodded, put down his mobile phone, and began to eat the meat. Xia Yan was amused and exasperated at the same time. She felt extremely fortunate that Jiang Zhao had obtained so many achievements and gained so many halos. However, he was still the toxic healer. He did not become complacent. Jiang Zhao suddenly said, "Have you seen the first group's competition? North Road versus Iceland." Xia Yan nodded and said, "I watched it with my mobile phone." Jiang Zhao thought about it and said, "You have the star technique bursting tears, which is also an earth-shattering star technique." Qin Wangchuan mentioned the special thing about the star technique bursting tears. It's extremely powerful, but it doesn't cause much damage to the body. That's why he allowed you to absorb it. I think we should find a time to try it when we get back. Xia Yan asked, "Huh?" Jiang Zhao said firmly, "No matter how powerful it is, you shouldn't treat it as a means to perish together. I hope that every time you use it, I will be by your side." Xia Yan nodded indifferently. With a solemn expression, Jiang Zhao said, "When we get back, let's test its power and see what the situation is like. If I ask you to use the star technique burst tears only with my permission, will you agree?" Xia Yan looked at Jiang Zhao's serious expression and understood what he was worried about. Xia Yan couldn't help but feel a little touched. She finally put down her chopsticks, rested her chin on one hand and looked at Jiang Zhao. "Why are you being so serious? I'm not used to being mischievous." Jiang Zhao was overjoyed. Of course, he would grant such requests. Jiang Zhao imitated Xia Yan and pouted. "I'm so angry. How did he become so strong? I can't beat him. I really have to call him Brother Xiaopi from now on. Wow. I'm so angry." Xia Yan immediately widened her eyes in bewilderment. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Jiang Zhao frantically said, "Actually, you're very powerful too. Don't bother about your star pet. When we get back, let's go and get the Desperado's star technique Desperado. Your speed is definitely not slower than Gu Xinji's, and your lethality might even be higher." Xia Yan finally glared at Jiang Zhao with hatred. She then picked up her chopsticks and lowered her head to eat the meat. Both of them clearly discovered that there was a huge change in the way they interacted with each other. In fact, this change had already been apparent the last time they had barbecued meat. As for the timing of this change, perhaps it shouldn't be called a timing, but a time period. It was the World Cup trip that had lasted more than a month. In the world of Star Warriors, strength was still the most important thing. Jiang Zhao's mentality didn't change much, but Xia Yan no longer treated him like a younger brother. Jiang Zhao continued, "Some of your star techniques exist to complement me. You know what kind of effect we'll have when we're together. Don't limit yourself to fighting alone. Besides, even if it's a one-on-one battle, you're not bad either." "Okay." Xia Yan scratched her head in distress. Jiang Zhao was telling the truth. Be it brutality or body of star power, Jiang Zhao could perfectly make up for their shortcomings. Being by Jiang Zhao's side was like adding wings to a tiger. However, she also needed some time to adapt to such a way of getting along with him. After all, Jiang Zhao's strength was recognized by the world, and Xia Yan was also aware of that fact. However, she had to change from being a nanny to a baby being taken care of. Not everyone could change immediately. Jiang Zhao said softly, "After we go back, I'll teach you all the techniques related to the giant blade. Just don't be afraid of suffering." Xia Yan humphed coldly and said, "How is that possible?" "Hurry up and eat then." Jiang Zhao chuckled and continued, "The coaching team is almost done eating. Don't let them wait too long." After bidding farewell to Xia Yan, Jiang Zhao returned to the hotel that he was staying at under the guidance of the coaching team. Jiang Shao hid back in his room immediately. It had been 37 days since the start of the World Cup. Although Jiang Shao was full of energy, he was a little exhausted mentally. The long competition schedule was undoubtedly a tough test for the contestants. Jiang Shao rummaged through the tattered t-shirt in his backpack and looked at the numbers on it, feeling a sense of spiritual support. There's one more round, just one more round. There was a brand new steel giant blade on the side of the sofa. After being selected for the national team, everyone's weapons were recorded in the team. Of course, there wouldn't be any mistakes in the logistics and supplies of the national team. Jiang Shao walked into the bathroom with a change of clothes and took a comfortable shower. He then walked to the sofa and turned on the television. There was an important competition at 1:30 p.m. It would decide who Jiang Zhao's opponent would be. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't miss the opportunity to study his opponent. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Shao had obtained another 100 skill points after the competition in the morning. Together with the 100 skill points he had obtained in each round, he now had a total of 3,998 skill points. If he were to treat it as money, it should be the standard amount to buy a home appliance. There were still more than 10 minutes before the start of the competition. Jiang Shao picked up his phone and sent a video call to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao didn't plan to watch the competition with his teammates today. If nothing went wrong, the coaches would have 3 days to study his opponent with him. After the video call was connected, Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and saw a delicate face. Jiang Shao knew that she must have relaxed after seeing that it was his call. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would have seen an expressionless face. Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao and said softly, "They will be proud of you." "Them? Parents that I've never met?" Jiang Shao nodded and asked, "What about you?" Han Jiangxue smirked and said, "Of course. In fact, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm well aware of your abilities. I've always been well aware of them. I also know that you'll definitely be able to achieve something. It's just that everything happened too quickly and I was caught off guard." Han Jiangxue took a deep breath and continued, "Second last has taught you well. Just like what the media said, your spirit and willpower are worthy of your abilities. You're a qualified warrior." Jiang Shao smiled and said, "Don't believe the media. I didn't even dare to read their reports after the competition. They're all spouting nonsense and making wild guesses." Han Jiangxue smiled gently and said, "I know you. At least this time, they're right about what they've said." Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Upon hearing the sound coming from the television, Jiang Shao subconsciously looked up to see that the third group had already begun. Jiang Shao picked up the remote control and turned down the volume of the television. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "Our reward is out." Jiang Shao immediately perked up and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. World Cup reward? What kind of reward? Yeah. Han Jiangxue paused for a moment before continuing, "The World Cup doesn't give any rewards. Only the top 3 will get prizes. This is a tradition. Given your current ranking, you'll definitely get one." Jiang Shao asked in bewilderment, "What about your reward?" Han Jiangxue said, "It's given by the country, the National Star Warriors Association, and our school." Jiang Shao nodded in anticipation and gestured for Han Jiangxue to continue. Han Jiangxue said, "The first is the letter of recommendation. Regardless of which team or organization we want to join after graduation, the Star Warriors Association will write us a letter of recommendation. Of course, they also hope that we can prioritize working in the Star Warriors Association." Jiang Shao grinned and said, "Even if there's no letter of recommendation, you'll still be able to enter any organization you want because of your halo, right?" Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, "I didn't pay much attention to it. I'm only in year 1 and it's still a long time before I can exchange for it." Jiang Shao asked, "Oh, anything else?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, The Star Warriors Association asked us to submit the star beads we want, so I submitted the star bead of the Void Calamity. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and said, "Yeah, it's great that you've acquired a star technique related to teleportation. I'm just afraid that you'll acquire the spatial star technique." Han Jiangxue said softly, "I'm submitting it for you." Jiang Shao froze for a moment and asked, "Huh?" Han Jiangxue pursed her lips and said, "The star bead of the Void Calamity is too precious. We have to seize this opportunity. If you can use this star bead," Han Jiangxue paused for 2 seconds before continuing, "if you can absorb the star bead of the Void Calamity, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. You really need that kind of star technique for support." Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he thought, what does Han Jiangxue mean? Of course, she knows that Jiang Shao has the Void Calamity, and she even stayed in it for a long time. What does she mean by that? Jiang Shao thought about it and immediately figured it out. It was inconvenient to reveal secrets over the phone. Hence, Han Jiangxue was implicitly expressing that she hoped that Jiang Shao could use the star bead to upgrade the quality of his star technique. The star bead of the Void Calamity was undoubtedly precious, and probably only a competition like this could arrange a reward of such a level. She wanted to take this opportunity to help Jiang Shao upgrade the 2 star techniques of the Void Calamity to diamond quality. "Wow, sis, you still have 1 more star slot to fill, yet you're leaving this precious reward opportunity to me?" Jiang Shao opened his mouth and remained speechless for a long time. Han Jiangxue continued, "As for the reward given by the Capital Star Warriors University, it will be decided by the school. I don't have to report it. However, according to the teachers, they think that I lack control and displacement. The school may reward me with such star beads or give me a chance to capture star pets." Jiang Shao asked, "Capture star pets?" Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "Let's study it properly after we return to China." Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay." Han Jiangxue said, "Hurry up and watch the competition then. I'll go to the venue to see you on the day of the finals." Jiang Shao suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Before the World Cup begins, have you ever thought that the first time you come to watch me in a competition would be the finals?" Han Jiangxue's breathing paused for a moment and she couldn't help but glare at Jiang Shao when she saw him chuckling. "Lord Pai, you're really getting cooler and cooler." After hanging up, Jiang Shao put down his mobile phone and looked up at the television. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Shao saw the Shield of Europe on the television screen, who was holding his warhammer high and roaring at the sky. Okay, apart from his younger brother in the 7th round, the rest of his opponents were all reputable figures. The battle for the championship was finally determined. The Shield of Europe versus the Toxic Healer of China. Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, "This trip to the World Cup is really damn worth it. Young people are full of setbacks and obstacles. Although that's the case, why are there so many obstacles along the way? The flower of Lanxi is so beautiful. I really want to fight with Hua Hua." Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 609. 2 days later, in the small auditorium of a hotel in Jianghu City. The students participating in the individual round and the members of the national team held their breaths as they watched the competition on the big screen with excitement. The battle for 3rd and 4th place had already ended, and the competition had been fought to the point where the sky was dark and the earth was dark. The battle for the 3rd and 4th places was definitely not inferior to the battle for the championship. Why? Is it because only the top 3 will be rewarded? Of course, that was part of the reason, but for the group of Star Warriors who had integrated blood and sweat into their careers, honor might be what they really wanted. Compared to the 3rd place, the term last place was unfamiliar to many people. The entire army of the Jacob Kingdom attacked, and was no longer on the defensive. Even the only medical awakened star warrior had turned into a mysterious assassin and started a thrilling battle with the gods of the North Road Kingdom. However, there was a reason why they were called non-mainstream. If they wanted to become mainstream, they would need time and hard power. Most of the non-mainstream forces would gradually die out with the passage of time. Jacob lost and came in 4th place in the World Cup team competition. The gods of the North Road Kingdom finally got their revenge. Ever since the death of the North Sea god of magic in the individual round, the entire country had been in a state of mourning. The 4 members of the team competition were all holding their breath. The warm-up competition held at 8 o'clock had already ended. At this moment, Jiang Xiao and the others were watching the Real highlight, the battle for the championship. The 4 soldiers from China's Xiangnan Military Academy had an average height of 188 centimeters, and each of them was 188 centimeters too. Not only did they look the same, but they also had the same temperament. Even their actions, footsteps, and postures were almost the same. Their national team uniforms were the same, and they were all wearing the sports caps of the national team. The foreigners who were blind sometimes couldn't even tell the professions of the 4 soldiers. Divine camouflage technique. Physical camouflage. Damn it. Toppling the mountains and overturning the seas? Jiang Xiao slapped himself on the forehead, and his exclamation was drowned out by the loud cheers in the auditorium. It couldn't be helped. The competition had already reached the 13th minute mark, which was a crucial period. Gu Ai's dual laws were severely disrupted, and the support of the Xiangnan Military Academy was rather strong. Their control was excellent, and they had greatly delayed the enemy's tactical plan. At the same time, Gu Ai's mages and support weren't to be trifled with. They had the advantage of long arms and were evenly matched with Xiangnan's support, causing China's melee fighters to suffer greatly. If he couldn't push his way through the battlefield, his shield and agility were practically a burden. After all, the ancient Egyptian Republic had 2 magicians. After a series of twists and turns, the ancient Egyptian contestants' desert magic circle was finally about to take shape. Once the opponent had the home advantage, just the melee fighters and shield warriors of Xiangnan Military School might be reduced to the masses and find it hard to move forward in the sandstorm. As God's witness, Xiangnan's shields and melee fighters were suffocating enough, just as the tall desert walls were like a tsunami, sweeping towards them. Xiangnan Military Academy's rules awakened gave an order that reverberated through the entire field. 3-1. 3 of the 4-man team, the magician, the support, and the shield bearer, emitted golden air waves. The 3 of them blasted the golden air waves from different angles. The rules awakened opened his arms, and a giant golden dragon roared out from his chest. The giant shield fiercely stabbed the shield into the ground. The ground cracked, and a deep crack spread out from under its feet. It rushed forward quickly. After walking for about 20 meters, another huge dragon crawled out of the ground, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. What was even more astonishing was that the support actually had the same star technique. He took a firm stance and charged forward with his fist that was tucked at his waist. Another golden dragon. The scene was so neat and uniform. 3 giant golden dragons roared ferociously and attacked the sand wall from 3 different angles. The scene was extremely spectacular. Not to mention the small auditorium, the atmosphere at the venue was even more fiery. The crimson color in the auditorium had already exploded. The 3 giant golden dragons completed a fixed-point explosion, tearing the thick sand wall apart and dispersing the rich star power. The earth-shattering explosion resounded through the clouds. Why were there only 3? Because the melee fighters took the lead and dashed into the thick sand wall under the protection of the 3 dragons. When the melee fighters passed through the thick sand wall and plunged into the yellow sand, they appeared in the enemy's formation, explosion. As soon as the melee fighters of Xiangnan appeared, hundreds of fist shadows were thrown at the Gu Ai shield bearer. Charge! The rules awakened from Xiangnan hollered and opened his arms again. The Xiangnan shield-bearer viciously pulled the shield out from the ground as he sprinted forward. A strong gust of wind swept past, and the shield-bearer was blown away as he crashed into the hole in the sand wall. The support followed behind the shield. The rules awakened ran while his two comrades dashed into the hole in the thick sand wall. After everything was done, the rules awakened took a few steps forward and suddenly leaped up. His body spun and he seemed to be flying backwards. Then, the rules awakened from Xiangnan stretched his hand out in front of him and seemed to have launched an air cannon. Bang! As for the cannonball, it was himself. With a loud bang, the rules awakened's body was blown away and he was sent flying into the huge sand hole. What happened next was not something that the audience could see. In the enemy's half of the arena where the sandstorm was blowing, they could only hear the loud roars and continuous booms. From time to time, a golden phoenix would emerge from the sand and rush into the sky, causing the audience to exclaim. In the auditorium, Jiang Shao, who was looking at the big screen, felt a pain in his shoulder. He shook it with all his might, but he couldn't shake off Xing Yan's huge palm. It's done. It's done. Xing Yan slammed the table with his other hand, shattering it. Behind the two of them, Zhao Wenlong was shocked and hurriedly held the thermos flask with both hands. Are we the champions? Are we going to be the champions? Wu Xiaojing jumped up and exclaimed excitedly. Xian grabbed Wu Xiaojing's arm out of habit, but this time, he didn't force her to sit down. That was because Xian was also looking at the big screen where the yellow sand had dissipated. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. As the yellow sand dissipated, the four people from Xiangnan Military School stood in the middle of the enemy's half of the arena. Xiangnan's shield and mage faced the middle line, where Gu Ai's shield was. Xiangnan's agility and assist faced the bottom line, where Gu Ai's support was. In the middle of the two teams from Xiangnan, there was a Gu Ai rules awakened with a broken body and unknown status. Where's the other rules awakened? Jiang Shao looked at the big screen and wished that he could be there to watch the battle. The camera should have shown a panoramic view. He's underground or in space, Ho Mingming speculated. However, the rules awakened from Xiangnan raised his left fist and said, "There's no oxygen in my space." This sentence was to remind the enemy, as well as to inform the referee and all the audience. Wow! Woo woo woo. China. Xiangnan. Apart from cheers, there were also bursts of sobbing in the audience. Woo woo woo. We're going to win, we're really going to win. The four soldiers didn't move and they didn't follow up with another attack. Even though the enemy was only left with a shield and assist, the four soldiers were extremely stable. Since they had reached this stage, they had to make use of the situation. After the rules awakened shouted, he shouted another string of numbers. 004. The four of them stood in groups of 2 to 2, all of them in a defensive posture to prevent any accidents from happening. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Gu Ai's assist pressed his hands on the ground. The rules awakened with a broken body and unknown status was wrapped up by the sand. Just as the rules awakened from Xiangnan was about to shout, he saw the shield in the middle line raise his hand and face the referee. The referee looked to his side and saw that Gu Ai's team of coaches had already surrounded them. In fact, the referee had already heard the voices of the coaches. Beep beep, beep beep. The referee waved the flag. China. Victory. The rules awakened from Xiangnan waved his hand and quickly pulled a person out from the small space door. Ah! Cough cough. The Gu Ai rules awakened who was pulled out panted heavily and coughed violently. However, all of this was drowned in the huge sound wave. China. China. Champion. Champion. The scene was boiling. In the small auditorium, Xing Yan couldn't hold back his excitement anymore. Both of his hands slammed on the table. However, the table was smashed by him just now. Hence, his big hands slammed empty air. Under the inertia, Xing Yan's big bald head fell to the ground. However, Xing Yan was tall and had long legs. It didn't matter if his head fell to the ground. His hind legs followed. Zhao Wenlong, who was sitting behind him, grabbed the thermos flask and retreated. The table flew up and everyone fell down. Wow! Wu Shaojing turned around excitedly and looked at Xian. Xian also jumped towards Wu Shaojing excitedly. However, she felt like she was riding on a cloud. Her petite body was like a large doll. Wu Shaojing picked her up and threw her into the air. Wu Shaojing said, "We won. Champion." Xian said, "Aya." Amidst the excited cheers, at the back of the auditorium, Xie Yan finally stopped adjusting his fist belt. He raised his head and looked at the 4 soldiers on the screen. A rare smile appeared on Xie Yan's stiff face. The small auditorium was boiling. The host's excited voice came from the big screen. Yi Xuanyang said, "We are the champions. We are the champions. China's army killed Guai twice. After 12 years, China's army has returned to the top of the world. The last time they won the team competition was in 2005. A group of soldiers from Xiangnan Military Academy. Now it's 2017. After 12 years. Ma Ke shouted, "It's been 12 years. The new generation of Xiangnan's Soldier King has ascended to the top of the championship. This is the best tribute to the old generation of Xiangnan's Soldier King in 2005. Yi Xuanyang said, "All the people of China, you are watching, right? The group of veterans in 2005, you are also watching, right?" Ma Ke waved his fist excitedly. A generation will eventually grow old, but there are always people who are young. Yi Xuanyang said, "Great! China! Champion! China!" Ma Ke yelled, "Now! All the pressure is on Jiang Xiaopi." Yi Xuanyang said, "It's like this, it's, Yi Xuanyang subconsciously answered, but he stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. He was completely dumbfounded. Ma Ke also seemed to have realized that something was wrong. In a state of extreme agitation, he seemed to have said something incredible. Of course, the excited audience could not hear that. Those words were being transmitted to all over the world and to the millions of households in China at the same time, in the small auditorium. The staff members and contestants, who were cheering and celebrating happily, all stopped at the same time and fell silent. Everyone in the small auditorium turned to look at Jiang Xiao. However, he saw Jiang Xiao staring at the screen in bewilderment with his mouth agape. There was no sound from the big screen and the 2 CCTV hosts seemed to be stuck in a daze. The small auditorium was also silent. Damn, Ho Mingming moved. As the captain, Ho Mingming strode to Jiang Xiao's side and reached out to put her arm around his shoulder. The arrogance on her face had faded, which was rare. She looked down at Jiang Xiao with a pair of encouraging eyes and gently shook Jiang Xiao's body. Xing Yan, who was beside her, got up and rubbed Jiang Xiao's head with his big hand. He yelled, "Win the championship! Jiang Xiaopi! Win the championship! Win the championship!" Zhao Wenlong gently patted Jiang Zhao's back, which was rare for him. "Champion! Xiaopi!" Captain Wu Shaojing yelled from the other side of the aisle. Xian, who was beside her, clenched her fist and gestured at Jiang Xiao. Xie Yan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Win the championship that belongs to China." Ha ha! Eugene slammed his hands on the table and shouted with a smile, "Yes! Win the championship!" Their confidence stemmed from their strength and their recognition of Jiang Xiao. However, regardless of the final outcome, Fang Xingyun, who was at the back of the small auditorium, looked at the contestants who were fighting one-on-one and united as a team. He gave Jiang Xiao his heartfelt blessings and encouragement. Fang Xingyun smiled with a blissful expression, seeking monthly votes for support. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 610. Great Victory! Great Victory! After 12 years, we've finally won. If you guys don't see us in the individual competition, it's because we're a team. Central TV host. Now all the pressure is on Jiang Xiaopi. China has once again won the championship. The Xiangnan Military Academy has drawn their sword to the world. The path to the championship is made up of blood and tears. July 9, 2017 was an unusual day. China was already in an uproar. Under normal circumstances, the team competition should be held after the individual competition due to the fact that it was the highlight of the competition. Although there were as many as 652 contestants in the individual competition, the competition authorities had managed to control the time well and ensured that the champion of the team competition would be decided after the individual competition. However, an accident occurred in the 11th to 7th place. The 7th, 8th, and 9th place had the same number of points, which led to a rematch. Hence, the round of the individual competition was postponed to 2 days later. In other words, the individual competition that was supposed to be held before the team competition was postponed to after the team competition. Due to the fact that the competition authorities did not want the competition to be too intensive, the competition schedule was adjusted again. The individual competition that was supposed to be held on July 10th was postponed again, and would be held on July 11. That was why the host, Ma Ku, said that the pressure was on Jiang Xiaopi's side. The pressure was indeed on Jiang Xiaopi's side, but not all of it. At this moment, Ma Ku was also under a lot of pressure. Ma Ku's outcome was the same as Jiang Zhao's, which would be revealed 2 days later. At this moment, Jiang Zhao couldn't even watch the award ceremony and interviews of the championship. After making an exception and watching the official competition with everyone, the team of coaches, especially the 2 analysts, dragged Jiang Zhao away. Everyone wanted to win the championship, but it was not that easy to do so. Neil Muller, who was known as the Shield of Europe, had a rather complete system of star technique. As a shield warrior, he had almost matched his star techniques to the extreme. Jiang Zhao sat in the conference room, looked at the list in his hand, and marveled at Neil's list of star technique. Without a doubt, Neil had the same problem as all the other contestants, and that was, a small number of his star techniques were useless. At a glance, there were at least 4 or 5 star techniques that could not be used during the competition. Of course, every star technique was useful. As long as it was used properly in the right situation, it would produce magical effects. However, some star techniques would be useless in competitions. For example, this star warmth could increase the temperature of the surrounding environment. Is it useful? Of course it was useful. Put it on a cold winter day and Neil could become a savior. This star warmth should be the price of absorbing star resplendence. Jiang Zhao had reason to believe that Neil needed the star technique, star's resplendence, for purification, but there were other star techniques in that star bead. When Neil absorbed them, he first absorbed star's warmth, but he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Apart from warmth of the stars, there were also a few other star techniques that were difficult to play a role in the individual competition. However, it did not matter. Among the remaining star techniques, Neil could already form a complete system. Jiang Zhao flipped through the information sheet and saw a bunch of S's and A's. Of course, the so-called rating was also made among the contestants of the same batch and not based on the human star warriors. Just like the Rising Sun God and Rainbow Sword God, they were all titles that were given based on the contestants of the current World Cup. That was an easy truth to understand. If Fang Xingyun were to be casually thrown into the current batch of Rules Awakened, no one would dare to call themselves a god apart from Fang Xingyun. Jiang Zhao murmured softly, output, Such a high rating was mostly seen by the Rules Awakened. As a big shield, it was really rare for him to be rated A in the area of output. At the side, the analyst said, there are 2 star techniques that increase his output infinitely, Fall of the Gods and Twilight of the Gods. Jiang Shao grinned and said, the foreigners sure have artistic names. Fang Xingyun looked at the information seriously without looking away from the paper. He said, why didn't you say that the Chinese translation is very good? Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly. Fang Xingyun said with a smile, your English is pretty good. Now that you're asked to translate it from Chinese to English, do you find that the meaning of these 2 names is similar? Jiang Shao nodded silently. It seemed that Twilight of the Gods was more artistic. The word twilight was simply amazing. Jiang Shao thought to himself and also saw the defense rating on Neil's information sheet. Defense, S+. There was no problem with that. Defense was Neil's specialty. Be it the defensive star techniques he used or the defensive star techniques contained in his body, the effects were all top-notch. The analyst said, remember Xiaopi, the shield of Europe. It doesn't refer to the shield in his hand, but to him. It refers to his body. Body of steel, huh? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, I'm very familiar with this star technique. We're old friends. However, with the power attribute of my galaxy stage, I can smash it. The analyst said helplessly, he won't stand still and let you hit him. Jiang Shao blinked and said, what if he does? The analyst was speechless. Jiang Shao continued to look at the list of star techniques and said, in other words, my sound of silence is going to lose its effect. The analyst added, it might even include your star technique, sorrowful tears. The rainwater might be blocked by the shield. Even if he steps on the dew, the effect of sorrowful tears that lowers the opponent's emotions might not be able to work. Jiang Shao shook his head and said, lowering the opponent's emotions can't be classified as a negative effect star technique. It's classified as an output star technique and can't be purified. I've tried it with tears of sorrow. That's not what I mean. Look at his 13th star technique, the analyst said. There. Jiang Shao grinned and said, you mean, he'll use a star technique with an uplifting effect to eliminate the effects of tears of sorrow? The analyst nodded and said, that's very likely. I've watched all the videos of him growing up, and I've also carefully analyzed this star technique. Although it has never collided with tears of sorrow, the effect should be good. Perfect. Jiang Shao threw the information on the table and said, apart from the medical star technique, he has everything that he should have. You guys marked it wrong. This is not a shield warrior, power battle. This is clearly a shield warrior, defense battle, Fang Xingyun said. He didn't teleport, and the so-called dash is very slow too. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, he's a player at the peak of the galaxy level. His physical attributes are above average. How slow can he be? The hard target is right there. Fang Xingyun nodded with a sullen expression. She pondered for a while and couldn't help but look at Jiang Shao worriedly. However, she realized that Jiang Shao was still eager to try. He said, it's worthy of the final battle. Fang Xingyun asked, what? Jiang Shao turned to look at Fang Xingyun and said, Twilight of the Gods is a good star technique. I'm going to use it. Fang Xingyun looked at Jiang Shao, who was full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and rubbed Jiang Zhao's head gently. That's his spirit. She looked at Jiang Shao quietly and was secretly in a daze. All of a sudden, a thought popped up in her mind. That might be the reason why I came in 4th place. That might be the reason why I can make it to the finals. Back then, Fang Xingyun was at the peak of the galaxy level, and was not a weakling either. Why did she lose repeatedly in the finals? In the end, she lost twice in a row and was ranked 4th. After so many years, she thought that it should be a problem with her mentality. It wasn't that she was afraid or retreating. She was strong and eager to win the championship. However, in comparison, the other three players were probably better. If a star warrior could make it this far, what they lacked was definitely not strength, but a firm and strong heart. Of course, Jiang Shao could sense Fang Xingyun's abnormality. He shook his head left and right to shake her hand away. He then changed the topic. Let's fight a battle of attrition. Okay. Fang Xingyun snapped back to her senses and hurriedly retracted her hand. She looked at the information sheet in her hand and agreed. Yes. The two analysts nodded. A battle of attrition is the best tactical choice. Give play to your characteristics, countercurrent light, nostalgia, and dawn. Always remember your strength. Your skills are far superior to all the players in this tournament, but you must be careful of his strength in melee combat. Another analyst said, you don't have any summoning star techniques, which isn't considered a big disadvantage. After all, you only have 9 star slots and your star techniques are already good enough. However, in the World Cup, your disadvantage will be magnified infinitely. Jiang Shao nodded secretly. The so-called disadvantage wasn't too big. After all, Jiang Shao had the Scourge Ruins and could store as many weapons as he wanted. However, the analyst was right. Jiang Shao did not report the Scourge Ruins star technique to the country. Hence, his disadvantage was magnified. The analyst said, actually, I think, Jiang Shao asked, what? The analyst said helplessly, your giant blade might be useless and will break soon. His defense might not be able to break your giant blade, but with his defense as a foundation, his strength is still there. Giant sword can't, but my fists can. Diamond endurance, watch how I destroy that puny golden body of steel. However, what the analyst said made sense too. If it was targeted, the giant sword might even shatter. If he could have a platinum summoning weapon star technique like second last, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Of course, it was impossible for everything to be good in this world. Jiang Zhao's star techniques could be upgraded, but he had very few star slots. After all, it was a one-on-one match between a support and a combat system player. If it were a team competition or a normal battlefield battle, all the shortcomings mentioned just now wouldn't be considered shortcomings at all. Jiang Shao would still be the perfect support. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao said, if you're determined to fight a battle of attrition, I can use Wounded Tears to supplement my bow. Even if Wounded Tears is greatly weakened by the enemy's shield formation, the bow will make up for it. Without waiting for the others to speak, Jiang Shao continued, the other plan is for me to flash quickly and use countercurrent light, but that will only weaken the opponent's star power and not his physical strength. Besides, there's a certain risk. After all, countercurrent light can also be dodged. Jiang Shao said, nostalgia is different from countercurrent light. It not only weakens star power but also vitality. If the giant sword is easy to deal with, we'll come up with this plan. Use Wounded Tears as the main and use the bow. What do you think? Be it the analyst or Fang Xingyun, they all stared at Jiang Shao in bewilderment. Jiang Shao scratched his head. The analyst asked, you know how to use a bow too? Why didn't we know? Jiang Shao grinned and said, compared to the giant sword, my archery skills are much worse, and I don't have a matching archery star technique to support it. I only have nostalgia as an auxiliary. However, the effect of weakening the enemy's physical strength and star power should be good. One of the analysts stood up and said, I'll go find you a bow and arrows. What type do you want? What standard do you want? If you want to fight a shield warrior who can't move, you should shoot him in the face. Jiang Shao was speechless. I'll be looking for monthly votes tomorrow. Chapter 6:11. 3:00 today, 12/17/20. July 11, 2017. The entire world's attention was focused on Japan's Edo City. The venue for the team competition was eventually taken away by the Pickle Nation. Now that it was the individual competition, there was no reason for Japan to give it to others. That seemed to be the result of a compromise between Japan and the Pickle Nation. After all, the match before the Toxic Healer of China versus the European Shield in the finals was between the Neon Sword God and the Flower of Lanchi. Of course, Japan hoped that their contestants could compete in their own country. At this time, the audience was already in a frenzy. The national stadium, which could hold nearly 50,000 people, was filled with spectators from all over the world. Of course, China and Japan had the most people, followed by Europe and Japan. In the finals, no one was willing to give up such an exciting game, even if they were not citizens of these four countries. That also led to a sharp increase in the number of spectators from other countries. At this time, Jiang Xiao was sitting in the players' locker room, looking at the television wall. The Flower of Lanchi was fencing elegantly and beautifully, while Gu Xinji was holding a tang sword in his hand. He had a fierce personality and a sharp gaze. In the field where a group of butterflies and cherry blossoms were entangled, the Flower of Lanchi and the Neon Sword God presented a world-class match. It was extremely beautiful, but it wasn't just for show. It was extremely cool, but it was filled with endless murderous intent. After 17 minutes of fierce battle, the cherry blossom petals were still fluttering, but the butterflies gradually dissipated. Gu Xinji had won. The deep blue ocean in the stadium was boiling. The audience cheered loudly. The audience from other countries also contributed whistles and screams. Even the Chinese people were not stingy with their applause. In terms of the battle between star warriors, it was undoubtedly an extremely exciting game. Gu Xinji sheathed his tang sword without much joy on his face. He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Under the treatment of the medical star warrior, the Flower of Lanchi also stood up and shook her head with a helpless smile. Although she had failed, she was still calm and had never lost her elegance. At 8:17 a.m., the third and fourth place matches ended, but the final started at 9:30 a.m. One could imagine how difficult it was for the audience. For the contestants from both sides, it was even more torturous. Watching Gu Xinji leave, Jiang Xiao also lowered his head and gently wiped the black recurve bow in his hand. It was impossible to inflict bleeding damage on Neil Muller with ordinary arrows, but Jiang Xiao's nostalgia was of extremely high quality and had a strong effect. It would be a good choice in a war of attrition. Jiang Xiao hoped to deplete most of Neil's energy before the melee battle. If he were to fight with his fists, he might be suppressed by his opponent's massive strength. Let's fly the kite. I hope it goes well. When Neil's stamina was depleted and his body was weakened to a certain extent, everything would fall into place. At this time, on the field, in the middle of the south side of the stadium, a special group of spectators was surrounded by a sea of crimson. This group of people was the entire Chinese national team for the World Cup. Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, Ember, Xieyan. Not only were the students participating in the individual competition, but the members of the team competition had also rushed to the scene. Wu Yao, Song Chuanxi, Han Jiangxue, He Su, and even the four Xiangnan soldier kings who had already won the team competition. The appearance of these four soldiers had indeed ignited the square formation of the spectators. In this special group, the only ordinary person who had snuck in was a creature named Husky. However, it was also the Husky that became the leader of the national team. Her face was painted with red stars, and she held two small red flags in her hand. She led and commanded the members of the national team, as well as the surrounding Chinese people, to shout slogans loudly. However, there was still an hour before the competition for the championship would begin. As soon as Gu Xinji went down, it became China's home ground. Every Chinese person like Xia Yan had contributed greatly. Don't be nervous, don't worry, he's far stronger than we thought. Song Chuanxi reached out and put his arm around Han Jiangshue's shoulder with a gentle expression. Despite the loud noise, he had no choice but to shout, "Relax, Jiangshue." Han Jiangshue nodded, but her shoulders were grabbed again. The two of them stood on either side of Han Jiangshue and put their arms around her shoulders. Wu Yao lowered his head and whispered into Han Jiangshue's ear, "Jump up! Jump up! Shout! Don't freeze here, get excited! Get excited! Hurrah!" Han Jiangshue glanced at Wu Yao in exasperation and amusement before nodding gently. Seeing that Han Jiangshue had not changed at all, Wu Yao squeezed behind her and put his hands under her armpits before tossing her up. His blue eyes were filled with excitement. Hurrah! Han Jiangshue flew high up in the air and immediately attracted the cheers of the crowd, who were wearing the national team uniform. Han Jiangshue's face was flushed and she almost threw the platinum ice roar at her feet. When Xian saw this scene, he subconsciously distanced himself from Wu Shaojing and swapped positions with Ember. Wu Shaojing grabbed the hand of the person next to her, thinking that she was grabbing Xian. She exclaimed, "I'm so excited, huh?" Before Wu Shaojing could react, Ember grabbed Wu Xiaojing's hand and said loudly, "Me too." Wu Shaojing frantically swung her hand away. "Ah! Let go, let go." Xian tilted his head and looked at the two of them curiously. 9 a.m. The players from both teams entered the stadium. As soon as they walked out of the tunnel, Jiang Shao saw the majestic man. Neil Muller, who was 1.9 meters tall, had a pair of piercing eyes under his short hair. His cold face was rather handsome, but his expression was stiff. He was also looking at Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's gaze landed on his national team uniform, which was a black and white uniform with black, red, and yellow stripes on his chest that formed an abstract totem of an eagle spreading its wings. Eagle spreading its wings? I hope you can still fly today. Jiang Shao looked at Neil Muller and couldn't help but grin. Neil Muller was not as calm as the Shield of China that Jiang Shao had encountered. He was rather flamboyant and domineering. He stretched his hand in front of his neck and made a throat-slitting gesture at Jiang Shao. His stiff face immediately changed, and an aggressive sneer appeared on his face. Indeed, it's not good to have an impression. When Jiang Shao saw that the Shield of Europe was from the Republic of Volition, his impression of the people of the Republic of Volition surfaced. He was old-fashioned, strict, humorless, and introverted. However, when Jiang Shao studied his opponent in depth, he realized that he was a passionate shield warrior. He was flamboyant and arrogant. He was a rare opponent. An attack that targeted his personality had long been formed in Jiang Zhao's mind. It was just like how he targeted Yuan Qinghua in the National League and how he targeted Gu Xing in the previous competition. Jiang Shao liked players with distinctive characteristics. The more passionate and arrogant his enemy was, the more it suited Jiang Zhao's intentions. Let's kite him up. I don't have to worry about the enemy not getting angry. Let's see if I, the king of toxic healers, can drive you crazy within these 20 minutes. When enraged, a star warrior would definitely be more dangerous, but that also meant that the opponent's weaknesses would be magnified. There's no need to be silent today. It's time to show everyone my ultimate star technique. Diamond Verbal Cannon. Maku said, CCTV TV station. CCTV television station. This was the National Stadium in Edo City, Japan. This was the venue of the Star Warrior World Cup's individual competition finals. I'm the host, Maku. Yi Xuanyang said, I'm the host, Yi Xuanyang. It seemed that Maku had not been replaced, but he had no idea what kind of price he had to pay. Putting aside the criticism that he had received at work, Maku had already been criticized on Weibo, Tieba, and other social media for the past 2 days. Some of them, including Jiang Zhao's fans and those from the national team, also expressed strong dissatisfaction with Maku's words. Without a doubt, Ma Ku's words were meant to put pressure on Jiang Shao. China was no longer the same as it was in the past. With the visible increase in national power and the continuous increase in people's confidence, it was no longer an era where not achieving results was a crime. In particular, for the star warriors who risked their lives to fight, the nature of the competition was fundamentally different from that of ordinary sports. People were relatively more tolerant of the outcome of the Star Warriors World Cup. Of course, it was inevitable that the quality of the people would improve. However, there would still be a group of haters who would want you to commit suicide if you lost, Ma Ku said. In the first competition that just ended, the contestant from Japan, Saito Nobuyuki, won the third place. It's time for our legendary support, Jiang Xiaopi, to take the stage. By the way, Xuanyang, did you see Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo post yesterday? Yi Xuanyang immediately nodded and read the content of Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo post with a smile. After 5,000 years, it's finally my turn. Ma Ku sighed and said, "This lyric is really fitting." Jiang Xiaopi's Weibo post went viral yesterday. Millions of Chinese people are cheering for him. I saw a large group of official Weibo accounts reposting this post. It's like a national carnival. Yi Xuanyang also said emotionally, "I really didn't expect him to really make it this far. I'm a little glad." Ma Ku asked, "Why?" Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth and smiled. "I'm afraid that he'll post another post. If I say now that I want to win the World Championship, will you believe me?" Ma Ku said, "Haha, I really hope that you'll always lose the bet between the two of you." Yi Xuanyang said generously, "If it's a bet with Jiang Xiaopi, I hope that I can keep losing." Look, there's a small interlude between the contestants during the warm-up segment. The camera panicked, only to see that Neil Muller had already left his warm-up area and was standing in front of Jiang Shao. He was even leaning close to Jiang Shao and whispering something to him. They haven't even reached the thrilling trash-talking segment yet, and the atmosphere is already so heated? In the arena, Jiang Shao didn't expect that the other side would come to him before he could launch his verbal attack. Everyone's eyes were focused on the mighty and majestic Neil Muller, who was standing face to face with Jiang Shao. Their faces were almost touching, and even a fool could tell that Neil was aggressive. However, Jiang Shao didn't retreat at all. Their posture was very similar to the one when Jiang Shao and Juliet Mo Luwen were facing each other. However, Neil was taller and Jiang Zhao's shoulder couldn't block his mouth. Hence, he could only use his hand to block it. Neil covered his mouth with one hand and pushed his chest forward forcefully. He lowered his head and said, "You're just like a crying baby. Do you really think you can beat me?" Jiang Shao placed his hands on his waist and pressed his forehead against the tip of Neil's nose. "So, you're here to fight for second place, right?" Beep beep beep. The referee whistled and the Chinese team of coaches stepped forward to pull the two apart. Neil Muller was pushed back by his coach and the referee. He said, "I'm going to make you cry like a baby." Jiang Shao was also pushed back by Fang Xingyun, but he said to Neil, "Hello, runner-up." Fang Xingyun pushed Jiang Shao with one hand, but she couldn't help but place her hand on her forehead, bookmark for easier reading. That you're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.